I will get started in just 1 minute, just finishing up a couple quick technical issues. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for starting just a couple minutes late. I had a very unfortunate time to restart my computer. So good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. on February 22nd, 2024, and we're meeting for a workshop in proceeding 23M-0464EG, which relates to the implementation of certain provisions of Senate Bill 23-291. I'm Commissioner Megan Gilman, and I've been designated as hearing commissioner in this matter. So before we get started on the substance of today, I just wanted to rewind and provide again that broad overview of the several different purposes, first of all, this proceeding, but also of a few of the workshops that we've hosted already to kind of set the context of what I plan to talk about today. So first of all, in SB 291, the Commission was directed to study potential barriers to beneficial electrification and distributed energy resources within the tariffs, policies, and practices of the state's two investor-owned electric utilities. This study was intended to identify the barriers and provide recommendations, with a report posted to the Commission's website by March 15th of this year. Given the deadline for action on that matter, this has been one of our main initial priorities within this docket. To complete this scope, the Commission engaged two consultants, Lotus Energy and Group 14 Engineering, to conduct outreach, analyze documents, including a series of direct questions that were posed to the investor-owned electric utilities about their policies and practices in connecting new loads and DERs, addressing distribution system upgrades needed to accommodate new or upgraded load, and other related inquiries. Additionally, the consultants convened several meetings with interested stakeholders and people with specific experiences related to the study to gain perspective on implementation of these things as customers experience them. They're now diligently working on that report for its intended release March 15th. Additionally, this docket includes scoping to collect information on potential requirements for dual fuel utilities to provide customers with information about and options for electric, space, and water heating. It also intended to examine the elimination of incentives for a gas service to properties as dictated by SB 291, and also includes scoping to prepare for the promulgation of rules to establish standards for the voluntary disconnection from an IOU's gas utility system, and to prohibit penalties or charges for involuntary termination of gas service, which was also covered in SB 291. So given the timeline for that first issue related to the barriers for BE and DERs, that's been our first order of business. However, as I mentioned in the previous workshops, around the fall of 2023, we began to hear concerns from customers, especially several in the Denver metro area, that there were issues getting connected to the electric distribution system, that they were facing either multi-year waits or potentially multi-million-dollar expenses to upgrade the system in order to be able to connect their projects, several of which were housing projects, some of which were affordable housing projects. So we took immediate interest in this issue and wanted to ensure that we understood the issue. I hosted a public comment hearing on October 4th of 2023, in which I solicited information on experiences that those folks have experienced in securing new or upgraded electric service, including details on the cost timing of those connections. I was certainly very appreciative of all who joined us for that, and that helped to kick off some of the items that we're talking about now and have been talking about throughout the month in this series of workshops. I know these 3 workshops have come pretty quickly, so very much want to thank our staff here at the Commission, Mr. Davis, Ms. Harper on our council, as well as all of you for being able to join us. I know these are urgent and very important issues to those of you who are experiencing issues. And I think importantly, we really want to understand how we can learn what is going on now and how we can improve upon these processes for the future to ensure, to whatever extent possible, we can minimize or avoid any of these complications in the future by looking better at these processes and communications and allocations. So as part of this workshop series on February 5th, I held a workshop on the communications and processes surrounding the connection for new or upgraded loads or DERs onto the electric distribution system, primarily focused on Public Service Company of Colorado, as that's where we heard most of the feedback back in the October public comment hearing. That was followed on February 11th with a workshop primarily talking with the company to get some more context for the actual issues they're experiencing on the electric distribution system, to understand the prevalence, the relative locations, as well as kind of what planning led up to those issues on the distribution system, where they're seeing the most growth, and also their path forward and inclusion of any of those projects in capital budgets moving forward in terms of understanding when they'll be resolved. And then today is the 3rd workshop that we had planned here, which we intend to focus primarily on cost allocation that has to do with grid upgrades. So in the February 5th workshop, as we talked about processes and communication about getting new or upgraded load served, it was quite clear that cost allocation is necessarily very intertwined with that issue, especially in the case where projects do necessitate upgrades to the distribution system. The cost allocation, the processes around that become a major barrier and oftentimes a point of confusion or frustration for those projects. And so appreciate you all being able to join today. I know we didn't schedule it too long ago, but we wanted to get these all done in pretty quick order so we could kind of get this whole topic and whole issue out there. So as a new customer, most of you probably know this, but just by way of a very slight bit of background, as a new customer joins the electric system, we do have line extension allowance tariffs that dictate, especially within their own property or closer in, what their share or responsibility of the costs will be. Any costs not incurred by them are generally covered by the utility by way of their ratepayers to cover those costs. Now, when from time to time, a project cannot be accommodated on the distribution system kind of upstream of where they're located, and in those circumstances, the utility might identify system upgrades that are needed in order to ensure everything is properly sized to accommodate that new project. And so as we talk about cost allocation today, I think we're primarily talking about those situations where there are these upstream, all the way up to kind of substation level upgrades that need to be made in order to accommodate new projects. And so that's that's kind of setting the stage. Hopefully that's helpful to understand where we've been and how we're trying to put all these pieces together to really understand the many different angles of how we can look for improvements in these processes, these allocations, to ensure that they're fair and efficient, and really work efficiently to support the state's other energy policy goals. So as we move forward today, I wanted to take things in a very similar order. If you joined our first workshop, where first I'd like to really hear from different stakeholders, customers, developers, municipalities, anyone with experience in this issue, especially around cost allocation, to provide us any information on your experiences, at any difficulties, challenges, thoughts on how things have been going, so that we can get a very good context for the issue that we have here. Then second, I'd like to hear from Public Service Company Colorado, to have them kind of describe to us their process for cost allocation, upon what they base it, what sort of process they use internally and then externally with the customer to communicate that, and then to proceed with the necessary grid upgrades, and kind of how that relates to, if at all, any other customers or other growth in the area. And then third, but hopefully most importantly, will be to move on to maybe a more fulsome discussion, including everyone that's here and willing to participate, to look at any improvements that we can make. Are there suggestions? I know we do have from the first workshop from February 5th, a proposal from Denver to look at potentially even a pilot on a different way to do things in terms of capacity reservation and working together much more in advance in order to accommodate future load, ideally without the delays that we're seeing right now. And specifically around cost allocation for today. I know some of the feedback we heard February 5th was any sort of upfront deposit or reservation system may somewhat structurally disadvantage less or more poorly capitalized projects that might be public benefit projects, like public projects or affordable housing projects. And so how can we ensure that we can move forward with a process that's more efficient, but also that's really fair for everyone as we move forward? So that will be, I hope the heart of the discussion in trying to work together and brainstorm, is there a different way as we move into potentially a rapid time of acceleration of load growth to support electrification? How should this all look in the context of what's going on today and the energy transition, and what delays, if any, there are to execute these projects versus how quickly loads show up on the system at this point. So with that, so happy you're all here to join us. Your input is really incredibly important. I'm just glad many of you are able to join us again, because I think hopefully we can make some really great strides here to make this work better for everyone. So with that, first I want to turn it over. Any developers, builders, municipalities, other stakeholders, whatever it is, happy to hear any thoughts on the process, especially around cost allocation for grid upgrades, any experiences so we can better understand what is going on out there in the field. I would certainly invite you to raise your hands, turn on your camera in some way, anyway, flag that you would like to speak, and I'll recognize you in the order I see you. So go right ahead and raise any hands or turn on your cameras, and I will go on. All right, Lucas Hagan.
Hi, Commissioner Gilman. Thank you for hosting these workshops. These have been tremendously insightful. My name is Lucas Hagen. I'm the policy analyst for the Neighborhood Development Collaborative. We're a coalition of 22 mission-driven affordable housing providers working primarily across the Front Range. Current XL policies are an acute barrier to creating the critically needed affordable housing. And Denver currently lacks between 45,000 and 115,000 affordable housing units. And inconsistent information regarding XL's gas and electrical service capacities and incorrect designs add direct costs through unexpected infrastructure improvements and indirect costs through through extended construction schedules. An NEC member needed to relocate a feeder from overhead to underground when a pole designed and located by Excel obstructed a driveway with guy wires. Despite Excel visiting the site several times, the redesign cost $49,000 and took 3 months, further increasing costs. At a 100-unit development, a member organization realized the gas feeding the development was incapable of providing the required delivery pressure 20 months after submitting the service requests and 14 months after receiving Excel's design. Excel offered the developments 2 options to address the situation: installing a $300,000 gas line under the street on a 4 to 5 month timeline, or installing a booster pump for $130,000. While another project was underway, a further member spent $2 million on unforeseen energy infrastructure. These are examples that highlight the inconsistency with the information Excel presented in the previous 2 workshops regarding cost allocation of infrastructure improvements with the experiences that our NDC members, member organizations, as well as those of others that attended the workshop experienced. To improve the situation, we have 3 specific asks. To consider the impact on affordable housing. According to a policy instituted in 2019, Excel has been splitting substation capacity upgrades 65-35 with developers. This is a regressive cost that affordable housing developers who operate on slimmer margins compared to market rate developers must bear, and the cost of major infrastructure upgrades can easily exceed the funding available through revenue and subsidies, and millions in unforeseen costs and years to delays to affordable housing. So we ask that other means of offsetting these costs be explored through community serving development, especially affordable housing development. And this could be in the form of cost split that puts less burden on the developer, and waivers for infrastructure development, or public-private partnerships that can offer subsidies for affordable housing development. We also ask that you clarify the meaning of the will to serve letters, which have previously been taken as a guarantee by developers, but now seem to mean that we are willing to serve you if you bear the cost of the infrastructure needed for the electricity for the site. And this is a very late in the game, unplanned expense that is challenging for development to bear and to account for in planning. And early access to the information about the capacity of existing substations is critical for our planning. And we ask that Excel clarify capacity earlier in the review process and be able to provide a likelihood that service will be available during the concept review phase of a project, of a building permit process that will aid housing developers in assessing the financial viability of their plans before sinking millions in pre-development expenses. The third ask we have is around siting transparency, and it's critical to implement transparent and community-engaged processes for a substation siting, ensuring that communities, especially low to moderate income communities who have historically borne the brunt of infrastructure externalities, have a voice in the decision-making process, and that a lack of transparency in substation siting can only benefit the service providers or the market rate developers with the resources to push new substations off-site. And so allowing the community to have more of a voice in these decisions is absolutely critical. And so we ask that for development of public process to coordinate input with the community, developers, and affected jurisdictions to determine equitable siting selections for new substations, and ensure that the process is not just about informing the public of decisions already made, but allows meaningful feedback, creative solutions, and the elimination of externalizing impacts on the lowest income residents. And in conclusion, we ask that cost transparency in substation and line extension infrastructure management plays a significant role in our ability to provide affordable housing options to our community. The less equitable the system is, the less empowered we are to meet the critical affordable housing and other community needs. And so we urge all stakeholders to work collaboratively to find innovative solutions and effective solutions that allow us to continue our mission in offering affordable and safe housing to those who need it. Thank you for considering our perspective, and we look forward to working together to address these issues in the future.
Thanks, Mr. Hagan. Really appreciate it. Can I ask you a clarifying question? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. With regard to siting of substations, and longer, and how do we balance that with the urgency to serve, especially, you know, potentially in the same communities, urgent development of affordable housing. So I just was wondering from your perspective, you know, how could we best balance those or somehow achieve both at the same time?
For sure. Thank you for the question. I really appreciate that. I would go back to the last workshop where I believe the Excel representatives mentioned that they have maps that indicate where the substations are overburdened or at capacity or over capacity. And since those areas, from what I gathered, were primarily lower income or historically underserved, we can conclude that those areas are going to be those being served with affordable housing in the near future. And so I think how we best resolve this friction is by proactively looking into those areas and increasing the capacity in those areas that are going to that simultaneously have a shortage or are at capacity in terms of their energy supply, but are also in high need of affordable housing. And I think we can look at both of those sets of data and find a solution there. And then if we do so and we can anticipate demand for housing and power in those areas, we can also plan ahead with substation siting and community outreach. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just trying to think it all through. And I don't know the degree to which you're familiar with our distribution system planning process. It's pretty new. But I think you know, ideally one outcome would be identifying these assets that need help in the next series of years. And so I guess if I kind of pulled on the thread of your suggestion related to outreach, you know, perhaps as part of the DSP process, we would be identifying the assets that need help, need renewal, need augmentation, whatever it is. And then to the extent to which those are in DI communities or serving DI communities, involve some additional process in terms of outreach that ideally is far enough ahead of the game that we're not slowing down serving load, but have like a proactive approach to siting. Does that tie together what you're envisioning?
Yeah, and the other thing is that our members are becoming aware of the infrastructure they need to implement really late in the process is the other thing. So if one of our members submits a development review, receiving the information for what they need to do or the power capacity, like we were talking about the previous workshops, at that stage versus at the final connecting at the end of the project where they're looking to get their certificates of occupancy, that would also be much, that would give Excel a longer time to do the outreach since these projects can sometimes take years to build to then have the infrastructure ready by the time the project finishes with the outreach completed.
Okay. And to maybe give me a little better, so sorry to keep hitting you with questions, but like, that's what the workshop format's for me. Given kind of difficulties in funding and, you know, and other issues, projects, especially affordable housing, you know, projects face, do you have any rough, like, kind of idea to give me about kind of the percentage of projects that may go to like a conceptual capacity check to the utility that end up getting built? Are we talking about a very high percentage, 50-50? You know, like it's hard for me to visualize how frequently those turn into real projects that are the size that was anticipated originally versus some other version down to zero.
It's a very high percentage, and that's tied to a number of factors. But if a project is going for a conceptual capacity check, that means that it's more than likely going to happen.
Okay. Oh, one other question. You asked for some clarity around the willingness to serve letters and kind of specifically what that was committing or communicating. At what point in the process are your colleagues receiving those letters? Is that a conceptual capacity check response, or is that happening at some other point in the process?
That is not happening at the conceptual capacity check point. I think that's later in the process, but it's with the application.
Okay, so the application is later. So conceptual capacity check is like when you just start designing your projects, more or less. I mean, it's up to the project team, but and then once you're pretty well done with your CDs, you're going into the application. So the willingness to serve is coming after the application.
It comes with the application.
Okay.
Yeah. And so they're receiving the willingness to serve really early on in the development process. And then by the time they get to the end, they're figuring out, or they're learning that the willingness to serve isn't a guarantee, but more of a suggestion.
Okay. So my understanding was the application would happen essentially when you're fully designed, I guess I would say. So
Yeah,
these
I mean, that's when
projects
we're going to the, yeah, sorry.
So these projects are fully designed and have an application in that are getting the willing to serve letters, or they're earlier in the process?
When we have a building or an application for a building permit, we have everything fully designed.
Okay, okay. So it's late in the design process.
Yes, it's
Okay.
when we're getting the willingness to serve. Yeah, right.
Okay, okay, cool. I'll probably have more questions for you later, but thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah.
Really appreciate it. That's great.
Thank you.
Next on my list is Carolyn Elam.
Thank you, Commissioner. Carolyn Elam with the City of Boulder. Just a different thread. I wanted to touch a little bit on the cost allocation portion of your question. So from our experience, one of our biggest concerns is that the vintage of your infrastructure that's serving existing structures seems to be a determinant as to the cost you have to bear. And I see Ms. DeVivier here. The gas side is a good illustration of this. Gas infrastructure put in place, decades ago, was not installed with disconnects at the main to the individual service lines. And so the large bill that Ms. DeVivier got really represents having to rip into the street, install a disconnect, and then demo the service line. But in my neighborhood, I have that disconnect. My home was built in 2017. So I wouldn't have to bear that cost. And we certainly see that discrepancy. The same is true on the electric side. So newer neighborhoods went in with much higher service capacity, whereas some of our older neighborhoods do not have that. And so I think as we're thinking about how we do cost allocation, I do think that there's an equity issue there where vintage is currently influencing customer cost. And it seems to us that there should be a some threshold level of service that should be addressed by the utility and allocated more proportionately to address some of those equity issues. We're going to see this problem creep up quite extensively as we advance equity-focused initiatives around electrification and those transitions if we don't address that cost allocation issue.
Thanks, Ms. Elam. I appreciate some of your points there. Maybe a follow-up question for you. If we looked at like a threshold level of service, what the way I would interpret that is everybody get 400 amps, whatever it is, right? You're gonna get a pretty run-of-the-mill service size, no matter what, guaranteed. If you happen to be bigger than that, maybe you owe something in extra. And seeing you shake your head, so I think I'm on the right track. Would that change for the project type? And each project type would have a different, is this just a residential guarantee? Like, how should I interpret that for the the wide range of different customer types that we might see?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have to be tiered based on, the type of service. So thinking about the different rate structures. So certainly within residential, I think, we have a minimum standard under building codes today that serves as kind of that lower threshold of what should be expected. If you're building new today, you're getting a certain service threshold. I think on the commercial, perhaps it's an allocation based on square footage, because I think you can certainly get some consistency around base services for a commercial building that's really tied to that condition space portion of the cost. as well as, lighting loads and those types of things. I think the uniqueness then becomes based on customer type. So for example, if, you have a commercial building that's going to host a laboratory facility, I think that's unique to the customer. And there's not necessarily an equity issue that's present there. Whereas, for example, we certainly live in a community that has a lot of vintage buildings that were installed in the, constructed in the 60s, 70s, 80s timeframe. And so like our residential homes at that time didn't require cooling because we were definitely much more temperate at that time. So they're going in with 100 amp, 150 amp service panels. Similarly, on our commercial side, same kind of thing. Like our schools were going in without the need for cooling. So much lower service thresholds than you're installing today.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Let's see. One other question for you. Being with the city, I'm curious. Any thoughts on cost allocation, kind of specifically as it relates to, like, I guess I would broadly say public benefits projects, knowing that is poorly defined. But I don't know, maybe that's a municipal project, a, public serving project, or an affordable housing project, let's say broadly. Do you have any suggestions on if cost allocation should be treated differently for these kind of structurally disadvantaged projects in terms of capitalization to afford major upgrades?
It's a tough one, and I understand why we're asking it. We certainly, obviously, as Boulder, do subsidize a lot of our affordable housing with, cash in lieu of affordable housing on our construction projects. That's kind of the strategy we've employed to make it more equitable and for those projects to get built. I think it is a public interest for us to build more affordable housing. So I certainly think we could certainly be supportive of something that's very specific around equity principles, where we understand that there is a disparity in service experience for across the entirety of the utility experience, right? And so I think there is a need to make up for past harms, and affordability is certainly one of those. So I do think that there's a structure whereby, if you have a certain type of project, there's an added incentive that covers some of the cost allocation. I certainly feel that's a lot more palatable than what we used to do, for example, in the gas line extension process, which is just subsidizing, just increasing profit for developers by lowering the cost of the infrastructure. So it's a very different situation when you're talking about affordable housing. There is not profit built into that. So I do think there's something to be said for sharing, broader cost sharing among ratepayers to affect those public interest projects.
Okay, thank you. One more for you regarding my previous discussion around siting of substations, and this might not be your wheelhouse at the city, I don't know, but to the extent you might have some knowledge or opinions, do you think there's a rational kind of earlier process we could undertake with outreach, especially in DI communities, around the need for new, significant above ground infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly do comprehensive planning here at the city that looks at growth potential. So for example, we have our East Boulder sub-community plan. That is our high area of the community that's targeted for redevelopment and growth. Certainly within the context of our outreach, where we know that we have that need for infrastructure, we would conduct that engagement, and we would start to embark on that process as a municipal government. So I do think that there's a lot of opportunity to get out ahead of this. We just have not seen that proactive step at this juncture. So I definitely appreciated Mr. Hagan's comments about that.
And is there any communication that you're aware of, knowing you're not involved with everything? Is there any communication you're aware of that happens kind of between the city and the utility with regard to those future development plans and pockets of the city or the county, or kind of early inklings of what you're seeing? Maybe it's like PUD approvals or something that's like far beyond before you're going to see the actual units show up?
Yeah, I don't think that exists today. I think it's a issue on our side as well as the utilities. I think that that's an afterthought currently. It's certainly something, as we talk about some of this more holistic planning process within, this proceeding and others. I think it's a need where we as municipalities also have to really think about that infrastructure. We address it on our own infrastructure, meaning we engage our water utility to look at what the future needs are going to be around potable water, wastewater, and stormwater, as well as some of the other, transportation. I don't feel like the utilities at the table for those conversations, so I think that's a gap on our side as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you indulging my follow-ups. I'm learning a lot, so I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. If you don't know, you
Oh,
know.
no, absolutely.
Thank
We would
you.
show up if we weren't looking to be put on the spot, so please.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Ms. Elam. And stick around, we'll have more discussion later. Mr. Jordan. You're still on mute.
How about now?
Now you're good. Thank you.
Okay. I live in a residential community in lower downtown, and we're faced with some mandates related to the Energized Denver program, some pretty aggressive mandates that would maybe enlist some fines if we're not able to hit some targets. And we're being told the big opportunities are to change our water heating and space heating from natural gas to electricity. And we're being told by XL in both of those cases that they don't have the capacity to support that. And so we're in a real awkward position of either having to pay for that additional capacity, which is $500,000 plus just for our small community, or face the fines from Energized Denver. So it seems like we're being put in a very unenviable kind of squeeze. And so I don't really know where to go from here on that. It's not that we don't want to kind of get greener, we're all on board with that. But on the other hand, we don't have a blank check for this kind of thing. And it seems unfair to us that we are going to have to pay the price for this additional capacity. And also, if we were in a small home somewhere on the outskirts of downtown, we wouldn't even be faced with any of these mandates. So that seems unfair also. So that's the nature of my thing. What do we do if XL just can't support our needs? That's my question.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan. Do you mind, can I ask you a follow-up question?
Sure.
You're in a single family or multi-family with this situation?
Multi.
Okay. And then what's the nature of the interactions you or the whoever's representing have had with the utility? Has there been an official application to upgrade service size, or was this just like a conceptual capacity check, just so I can frame up kind of what part of the process, as I understand it, you all got to?
It hasn't been really formalized. Both our management company and our energy consulting company have just had discussions with XL, and they've both been told that the capacity is just not there, really, for anything, let alone a major conversion. And some of what drove that too is we really would like to be able to put EV charging stations in our building, and XL said they can't support that at all in terms of capacity. And that really seems at odds with what both the city and state are trying to get us to do. Because many of our residents would love to do that, but can't. So that's what it's been informal, but it's been a couple different avenues for the communication where we've heard it back from XL.
Okay, and any kind of cost estimates as far as what upgrades this would incur, or just an informal, it can't be?
Fairly informal, but what they told us just verbally was the additional capacity of about $500,000 for our building, which may not sound like a lot of money to many people, but for a small residential community, that's actually a fairly large number.
Okay. And then, do you understand the timeline as far as compliance for the Energized Denver?
Yes, I think it starts in 2025 that the potential penalties are in place, and they kick in at a little higher degree every year till 2030. In 2025, I would assume would be based on energy usage for 2024, which is where we are.
Okay,
So it's
and
very,
my
very short.
my guess is you don't have a good understanding of timeline for grid upgrades because you heard 500,000 and didn't go any further. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I mean, the tone of what we heard back was that they weren't planned at all. It wasn't that they were coming someday. It was more like they're not coming unless you guys pay for it. And that may have been not the real situation, but that was definitely the impression we were given.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Hope you
Yeah, thanks for hearing my story. It's something that makes us all downtown very nervous. Let's put it that way.
It's important to hear these perspectives. Appreciate you joining and telling us
Yeah.
what's going on there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Shea, I have you next.
Yeah, potentially great timing with Mr. Jordan having spoken and also Mr. Hagan's comments earlier. Those are two issues that I was planning on raising on behalf of the city and county of Denver. I am a energy policy advisor for the city, and these are issues that I could not emphasize more the importance of Mr. Jordan's comments. We heard from Mr. Donald Koo at a previous hearing, also from Lower Downtown, and have had conversations with him about this same issue related to Energize Denver and some of the compliance mechanisms for that, and the inability to implement those compliance mechanisms either through space or water heating, or interest in EV charging infrastructure due to capacity constraints and the concern over capacity, over distribution system upgrades triggered by some of those potential mechanisms. We've also sort of building off of Mr. Hagan's comments, who really spoke to it in much more depth and knowledge than I have, but from affordable housing projects that already are facing very tight budgets and deadlines, that have experienced some significant concerns as it relates to system cost upgrades. But even we're aware of market rate projects that are also facing some of these same issues. So the point being that there's both new developments and existing developments that are both having to address these issues as a result of Denver and the state setting very ambitious and I think they're goals that we very much believe in, and we want to help those building owners and developers to help the city to meet those goals. So I'll raise a couple of things that I've heard from some of my colleagues who run these programs. We've heard a lot of variance from cost estimates and timelines from the company that inject a lot of uncertainty into these projects, timelines that are anywhere from 2 to 3 years. It sounds like they were told at earliest. There were cost projections of $4 to $5 million for system upgrades for a 50-unit all-electric affordable housing development, only for them to learn later that those costs were only going to be $50,000 to $90,000. As you could imagine, that would sort of send any developer into a kind of spiral. Those sort of the uncertainty that would inject into a project, and we've certainly seen some that have run the risk of having to abandon the project as a result. I don't know personally whether there are any that ultimately did. Again, I don't work directly in those programs, but absolutely a concern. And then I would just say, as the city, some of the issues that were raised here today, I think our capacity assurance pilot would address some of those concerns. I think in terms of the cost allocation aspect, it's clearly been identified as a key factor that needs to be solved. We know the direction that the distribution system is headed. We're going to see increased capacity requirements as we move to electrified transportation and space and water heating. And I think the company last week, was it, I don't know if it was last week when the last workshop was, but anyways, during the last workshop, they mentioned factoring in building the distribution system for that growth, not incrementally adding on based on individual projects, but building knowing that and forecasting the growth on the system. So building for, what we're expecting in 2040, 2050, and the load growth that we anticipate there. And with that in mind, and with the understanding that this is the direction that the system is moving, I think finding a more opportunities to spread the costs a little bit more broadly, more evenly across the customer base is really important. And I think highlighting that importance, especially as it relates to equity and some of those affordable housing projects, that's something that we identified in when we raised the issue of our pilot, and we want to make sure to explore opportunities to offset costs and make those projects or cost sharing to make those projects more, make them a reality. So with that, I really appreciate you hosting this workshop. I have appreciated hearing some of the thoughts from some of the others who've spoken already and those who plan to follow. And I will say that we're also trying to do our own research and investigation to sort of identify some potential solutions moving forward. So I wish I had something a little more concrete today, but with that, I'm excited to listen and to also respond to any questions you have.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for your participation and for sharing your pilot idea in the first go around. I was just reviewing it again before today. And I know it's been quick. Believe me, I can't keep up this pace, but I wanted to kind of get all these issues together in the same month so that I can begin to boil them down. A few questions for you. First of all, thanks again for sharing the pilot idea in the first version. I know you had heard in the first workshop, I think your pilot was well received by a lot of folks there, but had some equity concerns about, okay, if we're talking, say, substantial deposits or something that kind of structurally disadvantages certain public benefit projects that don't have the capital. Do you see a potential for different treatment of those type of projects to ensure that we're not deterring them with high, upfront costs, but still allow them to kind of get a place in the queue? Just any thoughts or evolution on how you think we could build equity into either your approach or something different, if that's, I don't know, a free pass on cost allocation for grid upgrades, decreased allocation, do you have any additional thoughts on kind of the equity concern?
Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate you raising that. We do. I really appreciated the input and feedback from folks on that first workshop on the equity piece, and it's something we have given some thought to. I think while we haven't established a sort of final solution to that, we identified it as whether that is a full waiver of the costs for certain qualifying projects like affordable housing or other projects that serve the public good, or that serve disproportionately impacted communities, or a reduced sort of cost fee. I think one thing that jumped out to me in some of the discussions with the company, I can't remember which workshop this took place in, but there currently is no fee associated with the conceptual capacity checks, and I think given that, and the company's obviously providing that service, we think that our model, where there is a fee for some applicants that are market rate projects and developers, that might in and of itself just provide sort of an opportunity to, even if I think it could be designed in a way that company costs are covered while also providing that service to projects at either a reduced fee or a waived fee, and whether the city or some other way of cost sharing, if that's required. I think we're open to suggestions, but we think that's going to be a key element to ensure that no one's sort of left behind on those projects.
Okay, thanks. Another question kind of as it relates to your pilot and maybe perfection of the idea to fill up as many of the holes or gaps as possible. Certainly the benefit is you're early on in a project, before you even spend money, you kind of get this assurance the capacity will remain there. Probably the obvious downside is some other project might develop quicker, and maybe that's a beneficial electrification project. Maybe that's a project that has to get the upgrade to comply with Energize Denver. Maybe it's a project that we otherwise really see urgency in and want to see happen. It can't, because it's waiting a whole year on this capacity that is not used for this project that's not done. How do we balance that, like obvious friction, and not allowing immediate loads that may also be serving important public policy objectives? How do we balance that with taking up the capacity for a project that's not done?
It's a great question, and there's no doubt that it will be something that the company and if the pilot goes through in the format where the city is taking an active role, then the city itself would also have to address. And I think to a large degree we are trying to incentivize a process that incentivizes planning and to allow the system to grow in a way that is sort of we can holistically plan for and plan upgrades. But that's not the way it always works in reality, and we have to accept that and deal with that. I think there is something like looking at an area like Lodo where we know there's this group of dozens of residential buildings that need to comply with Energize Denver. There's going to be system upgrades that I think those are things that we can, along with the city, really identify where those upgrades are going to be, where the pinch points are. And I think that's part of the DSP and the company's planning process. And through that, hopefully there are fewer surprises that come up where the system, like if we know that the system upgrade has to come up for a certain project, then ideally we're not just planning for that project, right? We're planning for a capacity that's above and beyond that project's capacity, because we know that load is going to grow by X amount on that feeder or off that substation. And therefore, there is that more proactive approach to planning those upgrades, which again gets to that point of if we know the anticipated end state, then how do we not put all that burden on one person, triggering something that a threshold that is going to, all of these other buildings are going to contribute to eventually anyways.
Yeah,
so I don't know that I directly answered your question, but
it's helpful. I mean, especially thinking through Energize Denver and some of the points Mr. Jordan raised, it feels like a unenviable spot for some of these buildings that, well, I have to comply with this, but I'm being told I can't comply. And the only way to actually get in the queue with public service is to put in an application, which means I have to spend $50,000 to get someone to design this new electrical system, but I'm not going to do that because they already told me they can't do it. And so you end up in this circular loop where like just nothing happens. And so I think part of we have to figure out how do we break that dam. There has to be something that happens, especially, which I think your pilot somewhat gets to, in that how do you begin to reserve capacity before you spend all the money? Because obviously no one wants to spend the money if they know it won't go anywhere. Like, why get anything designed? So I just want to real quick, while I still have you, back to the forecast. Trying to figure out, especially in talking with Boulder today, how could we have a more functional process? I'm thinking maybe even as a stakeholder process leading into the DSP, whereby especially the largest municipalities can share their forecasting with the utility. Because you all have developed these policies to incent certain action. You very much, I think what action you will get in what places, at some pace and scale in terms of the loads. And so I'm just trying to figure out how that ends up being something that's useful, candidly, both on the electric and gas side, but just electric for now. So I'm trying to figure out, is there a way we can move forward, like with the stakeholder process in anticipation of the DSP, whereby the larger municipalities, especially those with very distinct kind of movement, that would cause distribution system issues or need for more electric service, can share those forecasts with the utility, and then have a much more coordinated approach to like what's in the DSP, where we're going, what we all expect. So I guess just like, what level of forecasting do you all have internally? Do you think how much extra load, or you just know, well, this 50,000 square foot building will electrify? Like, how precise is that, and how could we get you to a point where you have data you can share with the utility that's like somewhat actionable?
Yeah, I would say that's sort of a data sharing relationship that we're trying to build collaboratively with Excel, because it goes both ways. Our programs oftentimes require premises level data to help with implementing, whether it's a heat pump program or an electrification program, a retrofit of an existing building. And so I would say that goes back and, we are trying to work with the company for a more streamlined data sharing process. And we want to do the same from providing Excel with the information that they could use to support their forecasting in terms of potentially better sharing information from our community and planning department in terms of building projects we know that are coming online in certain areas, and potential square footage that could be used to inform some of their modeling. And that's where, again, I think some of this capacity assurance program getting in early tries to get ahead of the game. I will also say, in terms of our sort of local forecasting of electricity demand, we have engaged with a consultant to do a grid capacity study on several areas, regions in Denver that are experiencing significant growth and that we think are representative of other areas that could be leveraged to help with the DSP and identifying sort of opportunities for thoughtful, proactive, and future-proof planning initiatives around the infrastructure in those areas.
No,
So
that's really helpful. I think as I think of it too, there's one other area where I'm just thinking, maybe you all can be helpful too. I'm hearing from Mr. Jordan, from Mr. Koo last time, like there's this under the surface bubbling up of need that's not turning into an actual application, not even turning into an actual capacity check. It's like just this informal discussion, and then it's kind of just getting kicked down the road. Like nobody's doing anything, no one's formally recognizing that this exists. And I wonder if the city could serve a role to also not only forecast what your own policies and upcoming development are likely to to end up being, but also, is there like a survey mechanism you can use to your building owners and operators, say, are you investigating this? Are you interested? How quickly do you think you want to move on EV chargers, on electrifying equipment, so that you can get, you know, slightly less formal, but like very informative data on what's being planned at all these buildings that we're never seeing show up anywhere?
Yes. Yes, that is a real issue, and something that we are internally trying to figure out the best sort of path forward in terms of helping not only to communicate with building owners like Mr. Koo and Mr. Jordan, and to have a more we're meeting internally, and we have prioritized this as an action step that we want to reach out with some solutions on. And we also have an ongoing collaboration with Excel that we view as a good forum to initiate those conversations and move this forward, because it's clearly become it has been a concern, and a very real and pressing concern for those building owners. So we're, as you can imagine, you know, city, it's a big operation, and so getting the right people in the room and establishing those processes, I think we're on it. I wish it was moving quicker than it is, but we're doing our best to try and bring everybody in the room and develop a solution.
Well, thanks, Mr. Shea. Thanks for fielding my questions. Let me bounce a few things off you. I want to get to Ms. DeVouvier, but Ms. Elam, did you have something real quick to add, like on that specific line?
Yeah, no, I really appreciated the conversation you and Mr. Shea were having. And I just wanted to offer a couple of things to consider. So certainly Boulder and Denver, as well as statewide, you know, we have geospatial information about building energy use, and an understanding of which, you know, large commercial buildings are going to require material change to hit state targets or local targets. So it does occur to me that there is information resources out there. And then I also just wanted to flag, you know, the Public Service did the analysis for the pilot that's part of the Clean Heat Plan that's in Boulder, which is the Pearl Street project. And they did do a conversion of therm use to electric to determine the capacity needs that would be associated with electrifying that multi-block segment that's proposed as a non-pipeline alternative. So there is some methodology out there as well that I just wanted to name, as if we could start to combine some of those resources and make, you know, reasonable forecasts around compliance, we could certainly you know, bring some solid information forward around where we are going to get some of those pinch points, especially around local code and regulation, such as Energize Denver, or our own benchmarking requirements here in Boulder.
Thank you. I appreciate very much the involvement of both of you, kind of necessarily, as this becomes a much more dynamic and intentionally kind of efficient, intelligent process. We're going to need as much insight, it seems to me, locally as we can get. So appreciate you both. Ms. DeVouvier.
Yes, first I want to thank you for your thoughtful work on this, Commissioner Gilman. I think it's important. And as Ms. Alon referenced me earlier, I'm here to represent the customers who are trying to do the right thing and electrify their homes. And after spending over $40,000 on, you know, getting rid of all the gas in the house and, you know, insulating and doing all the right things, presumably for Excel to then, you know, send me a bill for an extra $5,000 just to turn off the gas was a shock. And it made the front page of the Denver Post, as some of you may have seen. I think it was January 29th. But most of the discussion here has been, well, okay, so if the person who's disconnecting isn't bearing those charges, then it goes to the additional ratepayers, many who don't have options and who may be disadvantaged. And I think that that's too narrow a thought process. I understand that Excel is a regulated monopoly, but that the state and the ratepayers have been very generous in paying off assets early for Excel so that they can retire power plants. So we paid going and we're paying coming for these things, and the rates are going up and up at the same time. Excel's profits are going over $500 million, well over $500 million at this point in Colorado just alone. And the Denver Post, after publishing the initial story, had an editorial that said, you know, that it's not unreasonable to ask Excel's the corporation and the shareholders to maybe absorb some of these costs. So to the extent that the commission can do that, I know there's some constraints, and it seems like maybe we have to approve Excel's building new gas lines, and then we're going to have to pay for Excel to retire early those gas lines. If there's any flexibility there, I do think that that should be part of the discussion, that some of these costs are reasonable for the corporation to absorb. And I don't know if there's a way to include that editorial as an attachment through the Zoom, or maybe I have to go to the PUC website to add that to the record.
Yeah, I think you could file it as a comment, like as an attachment to a comment in it. And I will just for your benefit, it sounds like your main area of focus with your comments is on disconnection from the gas system and what costs that incurred, and obviously somewhat intertwined with an increasing electric load, but not specific to kind of the electric system or cost allocation. Those distribution system upgrades, which I very much appreciate, and I'll point out that is part of the scoping here, as I mentioned in the beginning, as we look to what voluntary disconnection the gas system could and should look like in terms of some of the guardrails on that. And that's kind of necessarily a next issue in this one, given our deadline for our study here on the barriers to BE and DERs, as it stands with the electric utilities. But I agree, there's kind of two sides here in terms of what happens on the electric, what happens on the gas, especially when a customer switches from one to the other. So just want to make that clarification, maybe in terms of cost allocation. You're talking about cost allocation on the gas system for the end of service versus
Right.
the electric system for the beginning of service.
Right, and for the customers that are still in the gas system, whether they should be carrying the full burden of electrification, as that's the goal. We're all benefiting from reducing CO2, but the full burden shouldn't be on those that are stuck still in the gas system because they don't have other options.
Okay, thank you so much for your
Thank you
comments.
again.
Very
All
much
right, bye-bye.
appreciate it. Thanks. Mr. Coot.
Hi,
Hi.
thanks for taking my comments again. I'm encouraged to hear Dan Shea talk about kind of the broader view, because that's what I wanted to bring up again today. I know Mr. Jordan talked about his specific multifamily housing unit, which has its challenges. But I keep thinking, and I think Dan hit upon this, that there is a broader kind of community level view that says, and I think somebody's calling it a pinch point. I'm not sure. There's different terms for this, but I think in the high density area like downtown, I keep thinking that there's a significant number of buildings that are going to be in the same situation as Tim Jordan. And so I just wanted to reiterate and reinforce the fact that I think there's going to be numbers of buildings that are like that. And so it's unclear to me, and I don't know how the electrical system actually is put together, but if there are substations or lines or whatever doodads that need to be put together to accommodate 30 buildings, then there's a broader cost sharing question, right? Because I'd hate to solve Tim's problem with a solution and then come back and have to redo something because some other building has got another issue, and then redo it again because of the third building. I mean, we should be able to look at this more holistically and say, hey, we know that downtown Denver with Ball Arena, plans for redevelopment Ball Arena is going to add another 30 buildings, and we have 50 existing buildings that have issues. How do we solve this for 100 buildings, right? And what is the total cost of that? And how do we cost share that? And that's the only point I wanted to make.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Ku, and certainly appreciate the focus on efficiency and kind of seeing what's coming and planning for that. I think some of the friction is around how far in advance we plan and who pays for that, especially if the project doesn't turn out or doesn't show up. I think obviously things like electrified or energized Denver, sorry, make some of this more of a sure thing in terms of necessary compliance. But like in terms of EVs or other new construction, you know, there is some balance as to who pays and what risk is on who. If the load doesn't show up, if we plan ahead for 100 and we only get 50 or something. So that's like this big balancing act of who's paying.
That's right. That's exactly right. And I think there is a kind of the timing dimension to be factored into, because some buildings are going to need the capacity more urgently than others. And so we can't, you know, it'd be nice to look at it from a broader community perspective, but you can't, that's going to take longer, presumably, right? And so we
if you hold
can't
the whole
wait.
thing hostage to know for sure about every building, you just
Exactly.
disservice to the buildings ready to move. I have a question for you on your building, and I know you're familiar with at least some of the other buildings in downtown there and what conversations they've had with public service. Just as it relates to my conversation with Mr. Jordan, maybe I wasn't clear in your initial remarks at the first workshop, that or I've forgotten because it's been 2 weeks and long 2 weeks. What point in the process did you get to with public service? I know you were looking at new chargers for sure, or potential electrification of other loads. Was this all just an informal, no, we don't have the capacity and nothing went further? Did you do the conceptual capacity check? Did you have an application? Talk me through like how far you got and why you stopped where you stopped.
So most of the interactions that I understand are informal. In fact, I asked Dan Shea about the conceptual capacity check. I'm not even sure that it's available for existing buildings, and if it is, I'm not sure how to actually request it. But they're mostly informal discussions with Excel or with the engineers that support the building. Because typically the buildings will have their own engineers maintain it, but there are other complicating factors, like there's many that are historic in Denver, right? And so there's constraints as to what you can do with a historic building. And there's lots of space constraints for these historic buildings. And so, you know, where to locate additional transformers is a key question that some buildings are faced with. There's the space isn't apparent. It's not an obvious. There's not an obvious solution to that. But yeah, my understanding is it's all been fairly informal, because you know they're wanting to find out kind of the rough order of magnitude cost, like Tim did, to figure out how to go forward. Because we, you know, all of us who are part of HOAs need, you know, some kind of board approval to spend, you know, all this money. And so we need to have an idea of what that's going to cost.
And did you get a rough order magnitude of cost, or just we don't have the capacity?
So in my building's case, we actually have capacity. So we're fortunate. I know in Tim's case, he doesn't. I know at least
within your own building service.
Sorry,
that's like within your own building service, you have capacity.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. not talking about anything upstream, just within your own, you don't even need.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, we happen to live in a building. It's a 40-plus-year-old building. We used to have our own chillers, and we have since, in I think the last 15 years, moved away from having our own chillers to using the chilled water system loop from the city. And so by removing those chillers, that gave us a lot of excess electrical capacity.
Okay.
So we're fortunate in that respect. I will make another comment, though, and this is maybe a little tangential, related to EVs. You know, we've been talking to Excel about, we participated in Excel's program to install EV chargers for us. They're just about finished with the first 8. We just sent in an application for the next 16 that we have survey demand to justify that. And Excel, of course, is telling us that their transportation electrification plan that was approved back in 2021, which we participated in, expired in 2023. So since it's 2024, they're submitting a new TEP to get funding for doing this. We've been told now that if we were to wait for that, they probably won't be able to start until 2025 or 2026. And so now we're left with, well, gosh, what do we do with all these people who live here who want to buy EV cars? And if we can't, I don't think people want to wait 2 more years. They may, but we may, and I don't know if you would realize, but Kiowa is the act, the law that governs common communities here in Colorado. And in Kiowa, there's a provision that says, HOAs cannot prevent homeowners from wanting to install EV chargers in an effort to promote EV car adoption. Well, there's a outstanding question around, well, what if the building doesn't have capacity? So that's, I'm not sure what a homeowner would do and if they would be able to sue as a result of that. But we're thinking that we're going to just allow homeowners to just install their own chargers, which is fraught with other issues. But I guess my whole point is the machine is so slow that if we can't future-proof, by the time we understand the demand and by the time something gets implemented, we're talking about 2-3 years, right? And so I can't ever get ahead of the demand. I mean, I can survey again in next year, and I bet there's going to be 15 more that want it, and then I'm going to survey again in 2026, and probably 15 more are going to want it. So I can't ever seem to get ahead of this, right? And if it's going to take 2 or 3 years every time, I don't know. I don't know what, how we're ever going to meet the demand, right? That's a little bit of a side.
I know the feeling. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Coe. Very much appreciate it and appreciate you answering my questions. Thanks so much.
Oh, thanks.
Muted myself for no reason. Before I move on to the company and some description of their processes, wanted to first see if anyone else is out there, developer, builder, municipality, stakeholder, wants to share any experiences, especially as it relates to these processes and cost allocation, before I turn it over to the company. You can raise your hand or turn on your camera, and I'll give you a couple more seconds. All right, while we're waiting to see if anyone else pops up, I don't know who we have for the company. It's been Mr. Berman. There you are, Mr. Berman. I'm sure you probably have something prepared. I was just thinking if you could help talk us through kind of the specific part of service request that involves the analysis of the capacity of your system, kind of including the timing and process that you do internally, what kind of external facing or points you have in that process. I know we've talked about it, some of it in the different pieces, but we're trying to pull it all together and make sure everybody's of a common understanding what this process is. To the extent you can tell us what assumptions, go into that, and if you don't hit on something I'm interested in, obviously I won't be too shy and I'll ask you, but just hoping maybe you could take us through some of your process to help set the stage for discussion on are there process improvements here.
Sure. Happy to do that, Commissioner Gilman. I think we may have someone teed up who can bring up our presentation. We did try to put together a presentation that provides a little bit of history and gives some background on how line extension policy works and the rules. And we can move through that fairly rapidly to get to the pieces that you're more interested in. And then certainly take any questions along the way as they come up. And just want to again say thanks to everyone who showed up today and the feedback in the last hour. Lots of interesting pieces there that we're listening to.
Real quick, Mr. Berman, I know you all had a presentation last time as well. I wish I knew, but I'm not so sure if you all did file it in the proceeding.
I don't
If
think
you
we have
could
yet.
file these, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
We will certainly do that. And I just want to, in the way of background, before we jump right in, again, one of the reasons we think it's important to have some of this background on the rules and the line extension policies is because a number of the things we're talking about would ultimately probably require another line extension proceeding and some modification to the rules. And so the company's not trying to stand in the way of that, but we don't necessarily have any policy positions on these specific issues prepared today. And I would just acknowledge that these are all things we would expect to see in that kind of a proceeding, should we have one in the future. And with that, also mention that we have a number of people on the call today, similar to the last two workshops. So depending on the question, I'll be trying to do my best, and Mr. Piquet here as well, to navigate that to the right person or ask the right person to just kind of jump on and respond to questions as we go.
Apologies if this is a silly question. I know, so line extension allowances would be dealt with in the line extension tariff. These kind of upstream cost allocations, are those also dealt with in that sort of filing, or where would be the appropriate venue from the company's standpoint if these policies could or should change? That's the first question. Then like the level of detail is the second question. Like if we're talking about communication improvements or policy improvements, it's not clear to me all of that rises to the level of like some official proceeding, but to the extent like major cost allocation change or something. So maybe if you can help me understand if definitively these major grid upgrades that happen upstream are subject to one of those filings, if so, which filing, and then what level?
I think it depends on how we're defining that, and it might be better to talk about that as we move through the presentation and we have the right people, because some of those things certainly would almost never be directly charged to a customer, right? If they're far enough upstream that they're part of the overall system.
Upstream of substation, basically.
That sounds right. I'll ask the right people. Sure that you check me
I'm
on
sure
all
we'll
that.
get into this in the meat of it. It's my understanding that the tracking kind of goes up the substation and more or less dies there. Capacity upgrades needed above that level are socialized as a matter of course. They may not be ready and done, but they are socialized at least financially. But yeah, as you go through, like if you all have thoughts on some of the process improvements or thoughts, if you could help understand or direct me to the type of proceeding, if there is a type of proceeding to which these are relevant. Otherwise, if some of this just lives outside of proceedings, what you all think the process
Yeah,
is.
I think there could be some specifics there that we'll get into. I think Mr. Koo started to hit on it. Some of what you heard today has potentially more to do with specific buildings and their space constraints and less to do with actual capacity on the system. So I think we've got a number of issues kind of out there that we've been talking through here, and some of those are more physical building issues that do present costs to those building owners, and we can get into some of that as we go.
And maybe we'll plan to do a break like more or less at 3, so we'll just like see how we're doing.
Okay, sounds good. So I think we're going to start with Ms. Baker to kick this off.
You guys see me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Hi. So can't see myself, but that's okay. I don't mind that either. So Jen Baker, Service Policy and Territory. Been with the company for I think 14, 15 years. And so been here for a while, have been in transmission, distribution, things like that. So I think a lot of the conversations we've had, right, maybe are, we've talked about capacity issues, but sometimes maybe it's actually not a capacity issue, as Steve was saying. It was a potentially maybe a building concern or location concern, things like that. So We'll get in specifics to the extension policy thing, and then we can also, too, I said, maybe discuss some more specifics too, if we have some more Q&As. So agenda-wise today, I'm going to go over kind of a history of the extension policy, which is everybody, I love it. But, so we'll kind of go over that today to kind of hopefully maybe level set current extension policy as it stands today, right? Cost determination. We're going to do real quick on DERs because, again, that they go through the interconnection process as opposed to the extension policy, right? And then the final slide with emerging issues and policy considerations. Yeah, so, some terms that we kind of want to make sure we establish from the very beginning, right? Construction allowance. What is construction allowance, right? It's balancing that cost causation piece, benefits to the existing customers from new customers coming on, and associated improvements needed to the system to bring those new customers on, right? So CA is the portion, construction allowance is the portion that the company actually funds for a project, right? There's several different methodologies for construction allowance. I think that's something that I want to make sure I bring up too. There's a revenue-based methodology. There's average embedded cost methodology too. So what the utility, currently what the company uses here in Colorado is the average embedded cost methodology, which again gets updated after a phase 2 proceeding. Now, the other term we're going to kind of use today too is offsite and onsite. Offsite is going to be that infrastructure, right, that goes from substation to the customer's or applicant's property or development. On-site is what is within that area, and then you also have your service lateral piece too. So there's 3 different pieces, kind of how we design a job and how costs are allocated in order to kind of break that up, and I'll go into how we got there too with that. And then the offsite credit again is that 35%. So we'll go into that a little bit more too. I did hear maybe a little bit of confusion as to what the 35%, what it is as opposed to the 35-65. That's it's actually different than that, so we can get into that a little bit more too. And again, extension policy covers every single customer we have, right? So I think that's a piece of it too. Every single customer that we have on the system has, has experienced the extension policy, whether it was the one in 1905 or the one today, right? So it is a large concept. It is every single group in the company touches it, right? So glad we're having these meetings, right, to kind of go over those questions and clarifications, and we're always happy to answer more questions too.
Quick question for you. If you have an existing customer who upgrades their service just by matter of bad luck and so triggering an offsite distribution system upgrade, this offsite distribution extension credit would apply to that circumstance. So I'm upping my service size causes some offsite distribution system work. I'd be eligible for the 35% credit?
Yeah, so yeah, and so I think too, the piece of that to note is what is actually part of the offsite, right? Job costs. So substations typically are not, and also certain feeder costs are not either, right? So while the 35% would be applicable to what the company will cover, and we have a little bit of a slide on this too, but the estimated cost to install the infrastructure that's part of that offsite, and then less 35%. So that's how that works. So and it's
for a new or existing upgrading customer.
If that is, again, needed, and it depends on to the customer type and where that feeder is, right? So there are delineations that come into play there, but typically, yes. And again, it doesn't have to do with 35% of this or that. It's really just what is needed, and then it's the 35%. The next one too. So here's the history. We put together some slides here. So data back from 1906, right? So you've got, we've always had an extension policy in one form or another, right? So we used to have 100-foot allowance and you got 65 cents per foot back in the day, right? Extension policies change when the environment changes, when the needs of our customers change, when the system needs change. We're in a big transition period here right now, right, in Colorado. Electrification, that kind of piece of it. So Back in the 80s, there was a new initiative. Basically, the economy in Colorado had started to struggle. So we used to have a 5.5 times the revenue extension policy back then. And then it was modified to the embedded cost methodology, which we still have today. So it's changed over time as it's needed to do so, right? So we have the extension policy we have today. That's what we follow today. As you was saying earlier, if we want to make changes to that, we would have to make changes to that policy.
Does anything on there relate to the offsite component?
We'll get to that. So the offsite was created in 2018, which is the 18 AL 0858E docket. So the offsite, again, it didn't modify what customers pay for or don't pay for. It didn't start to make it so the customers are paying for substations now. That's not what it did. We didn't change that language at all in the extension policy for 18. What it did was it delineated. Customers used to get one contract for all the work that they did and one cost. In 18, there was a Senate Bill 17-231 where customers were asking for cost transparency. They were asking for more cost considerations, things like that. So we, as a company, right, worked with builders, developers, and other entities to say, hey, what can we do to help give you what you're looking for? What can we, how can we break this down kind of thing, right? Which will work for the company, work for the customer. So that's how we got the delineation between offsite, onsite, and service laterals. It was a breaking up of what used to be oftentimes just one big cost for offsite and onsite together. So
Okay.
it didn't change that, it didn't add an additional cost component to the extension policy for customers at all. So
Okay, just trying to get my bearings with this.
yeah, and I think, and again, I think that just may be something that's kind of maybe gotten a little bit, again, most jobs don't require an offsite investment. They don't require that, right? But when they do, and you kind of relate that to a customer that maybe hasn't dealt with that before, you can then kind of have sometimes and see where there may be a little bit of confusion in terminology and things like that. I deal with it every day. so it's for me, it's one of those things where I, talk about every day and things like that. But yeah, absolutely. If it's not something that you are, typically see, then yeah, it could cause a little bit of confusion. So that's why we're here today too. So yeah, the 18 case did not put additional costs on the customer. So again, historical cases, some of the big ones that I like to, refer to how we kind of went from one point in time to today. The 85R 1498, that was a big extension policy overhaul. Again, that was started because the company submitted a filing to change the methodology or the revenue-based value for construction allowance back in the 84 time. And instead of moving forward with the one-time revenue, which is what the company was proposing, the consensus after very lengthy discussions turned into modifying from revenue-based to the average embedded cost methodology, which is what we still have today. Now 93R 4171E, that was when the extension policies or rules, extension rules used to be very long. I mean, just really, really long, very prescribed in 93. Those were pared down. And as you notice, if you look at the extension policy rules, commission rules, they're very short, right? I think, 8 lines, it's a right there, not very big anymore. And that was kind of for the ability for, utilities to propose maybe a methodology of construction allowance or things like that may work better for that particular utility. And that was the 93 case. 13 AL was our extension policy case that we filed. And that actually separated the values of construction allowance to not just be one value that was attributed to a project cost. We separated it based on laterals and then the distribution main. And then we also established construction agreements and extension agreements with that filing. So now what got us to today? So Senate Bill 17-271 kicked that off. It was legislation, again, to provide greater cost predictability, understandability, administrative ease, and equitable cost allocation, which then directed the commission to open up the non-adjudicatory proceeding 18M-0082EG. So that was, again, Senate Bill. We had already actually started prior to that working through an overhaul of our extension policy, right? We have made changes to it over the years, from the 85 to the, 2017, but not a complete overhaul, right? In kind of how we look at the system, how we look at customer needs, how we look at expectations of, expectations change too, right? And so that's what we had started already doing. That legislation came up, and then we had already started working on it. So in December of 2018, we filed both a electric extension policy and a gas extension policy, about 2 days in between the two. And then they ended up getting merged later once they were being reviewed. You go to the next one, please. So this is a slide right here. So as I said too, we've talked about, is this extension policy? Is this just a policy? Extension policy covers agreements. It covers construction allowance methodologies. It covers, pretty much aspects of how customers get service, right? We even note in the extension policy that customers, if they are doing something that necessitates the company to move our assets that are already established, if the company can do that, right? Because the company can't always move assets. But if we can do that, then that is at cost to customers. So, I mean, that's all in there. So I'm obviously looking at it quite often to assist with questions, things like that. But it is a document to assist with that. And then you have the agreements and everything else to associate it. So in 18AL 0852E, and this is electric, right? So that's where we went from the general extension agreements, construction agreements. That's when we separated everything out on offsite, onsite, and then the residential and commercial service lateral agreements for when customers are adding load to the system, and that is the agreements that we utilize today. So that was approved in that case. We also noted when it's another thing we looked at too, again, was is there a way to standardize costs, right? Can we make this more upfront for expectations? And we were able to determine that is something that we can propose for service laterals, and then for residential lots that are 60 foot of frontage or under, because those costs are pretty consistent, right? We were able to say these costs are pretty consistent. Once you get out of that realm, right, then you start going into the note, again, based on the costs are based on what is already in the ground, what is the load the customer is requesting. All too many variables were determined to be able to get a standardized cost for those aspects. So, but that also covers 80% of our jobs. So while we do have situations, obviously, where it seems like we can't give you a solid number for what certain jobs will cost, we can for 80% of jobs. So, and there's a reason why we can't do it for the other 20. So on-site extensions, that's where the standardized cost was approved. We did file in that case to modify our construction allowance methodology to revenue-based. And we proposed a 2.75% revenue method for both electric and gas. That was one of the aspects of that case that was not approved. So we have continued today to maintain with the embedded cost methodology. And then
maybe on that point, just for the benefit of the listeners, do you have a 2-sentence explanation for them on the difference between the revenue method and the
so I think it was maybe 2 slides ago. Revenue-based methodology is when you utilize the anticipated revenue to expect from a customer class, and then you multiply that basically by a time frame. And you can also change it a little bit too by doing non-fuel, certain aspects, but we had proposed utilizing non-fuel revenue-based 2.75 times revenue anticipated by a customer coming on the system. So that is similar to what's used up in Minnesota and down in New Mexico and Texas as well too. So, and then embedded cost methodology is recalculated after we finish up a phase 2 rate case, where those costs are determined, or the CA that we can provide per customer based on a CCOSS, customer class cost of service study. So we can only modify the embedded cost methodology when we have finished up a phase 2 case, right? Revenue-based is more fluid. You can kind of change it more to when the times change or the environment changes. But that's kind of the big difference. There are multiple other, kind of indicators or factors to the revenue-based or construction allowance, but those are the two main ones that most utilities utilize.
Thank you. That's helpful. I know some of our folks joining today may not be the regular listeners who are so jazzed by this that they know all the details. So very helpful to keep everyone in the loop and on the same.
And that's what's too. It's like, again, this extension policy is every customer, right? So many different aspects. So you can go down, and I could talk for a week to everybody here, but I don't think you all want that. So so again, so I had said earlier, residential service laterals 100 feet. We had actually proposed to cover that charge up front too, to state that, this is what these costs are. For example, Minnesota does 200 feet. But instead of doing that, we ended up just doing a standardized cost for laterals to make it easier for customers to anticipate what they're going to be paying for. So commercial service laterals, on the electric side, at least 95% of them are customer owned because they're underground. We do about 5% our overhead. That's what the numbers were last time I took a look. So commercial service laterals are still estimated individually, just again because of the wide differences in what is needed to serve. That is also where we propose to account for electric EV charging stations as as being just a regular customer class. So initially in 2013, we made that was actually part of the 13 case too, I apologize. But we proposed to account for EVs. They were not part of the extension policy. They were considered solely indeterminate. We don't know what's going to really happen with these, so we didn't provide any construction allowance. In 13, we kind of did a little carve out for EVs. We had said that, we don't really know if these are going to take off, but we see that they are bringing load on the system. So they had kind of their own carve out for it within the extension policy in regards to construction allowance. So they, in the 18 case, were like, hey, these are here to stay. EV charging stations are here to stay. So we filed in the 18 case to note them as being just like every other permanently situated customer for construction allowance. And then again, finally too, we used to have, as I said, data centers. There were, and then subdivisions were kind of noted also too as indeterminate at the time. Potentially, usually we were able to categorize them as permanent based on what we received, but now they were moved over to the permanent category for customers.
Thanks. And probably just by way of clarification too, maybe for my own purposes, as you talk about the portion that the company covers versus the customer covers, certainly eventually, whenever there's an electric rate case filed, that amount is covered essentially by other customers through the rates. So just to clarify, like
so
the company fronts the money, but the anticipation largely is that the balance of ratepayers are paying whatever amount has been covered by the company.
Yeah, and again, the extension policy, really since 80s has been set up too that if the customer cost causation, or not cost causation necessarily, but really it's like, hey, it's a kayak payment, right? It's the contribution in aid of construction that's made due to the load growth on the system by that applicant, right? And then we are allowed to apply the CA or the credit. So, and again, that construction payment could either be standardized costs if it's a lateral, or if it's a 60-foot frontage standard lot, or it'll be estimated. And I have a little slide on that too, so I can kind of clearly kind of more show that. So, yeah, kind of exactly what you were asking about, right? You're just a little ahead. So current extension policy application, the customer payment or the contribution aid of construction. It's either based on a standardized or estimated cost of what are the assets needed to serve the customer, basically. And then that cost less any CA or applicable offsite credit, depending on which job portion it is or which request it is. And then what the customer pays is that difference amount. As I said earlier too, 80% of our jobs utilize the standardized costs. So, again, we did that analysis in 18 to say, hey, what can we do to be, what can we do to give customers a heads up, or as best we can to say, hey, this is what you're potentially looking at for cost wise here. And again, with the offsite and with the on-site too, unless it's a standardized cost, it just varies significantly based on what is needed, what is in the ground, terrain, all kinds of other different variables that we can get into a little bit later too. And the construction allowance is applied based on meters, the amount of meters or the load, just depends on what rate class it is. And then that credit again is that 35% of those offsite distribution costs. And I will again say that this policy did not put additional costs onto what was already paid for by the customer. It just accounted for it differently by separating it and then closing out those open extensions that we used to have for a really long time. So no further open extensions, because there were numerous reasons for that we brought up in 18, which was, we could go into that too, but that's, again, those don't exist anymore, so I'm not going to talk about. But if you want to talk about those more, we can. And then also too, we wanted to note here, our extension, gas extension policy, we did make that filing on December 29th to align with that Senate Bill 2391, which will be being reviewed. So it's still pending right now. So, and I did a little schematic to a little picture there too, so people can kind of see. And again, this is very general, right? This is really just, what's the offsite, what's the onsite, and what's the lateral. So I will let Dave go so I can give me a break. I'm sure you guys are a little tired of hearing from me.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you great.
Great. Thanks. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit more. I know you were looking to see how we evaluate capacity on the distribution system. What are the factors that we take into consideration as we're trying to figure out what the capacity is, and then ultimately what kind of infrastructure needs are there for customers if there's not sufficient capacity to meet their project needs. So my team, the distribution planning team, performs capacity checks for service applications greater than 300 kVA in rural areas and over 500 kVA in metro areas. So anything below that doesn't come to our team and they just go through the design process, but anything above that triggers a capacity check to where we review the information provided by the customer. So down below, I have some of the main points here. So, when we get the service application, we look at the demand that's being added to the system, when that load is going to hit the system. So what's that in service date for that project? What are the types of demands being added to the system, knowing that different demand types add different load to the system at different times of the day and throughout different times of the year. So that the demand type is pretty critical for that. And also where on the distribution system is that load being interconnected to. It's because that way we need to make sure that we're looking at all the equipment on the system, making sure it can handle it. So when we get the application, we look at the demand being added and we diversify that based on the types of demands being added. So a lot of the times we receive demands in the form of the National Electric Code calculations that are used to design the buildings, which is not the same thing as what the actual demand is going to be that we're going to see on the system. So we have, based on our extensive background and history of reviewing these types of demand types, we diversify that down to what we anticipate the peak load of that particular new load, the new premise adding load is going to be. From there, we evaluate, we look at our forecast, we look at how much, we look at the approved capacity checks that we've received previously that are on the feeder that new load is being added to. We also look at all the different demands that are being added to the substation transformer. Various feeders roll up to the same transformer, so we need to make sure that we're taking into account all the growth that we're forecasting and that we've already approved on both assets to make sure that we're evaluating the holistic capacity picture for that. From there, we apply a load curve to the different demand types. So, an EV demand curve is much different than a electrification of a heat pump or something like that. So, we apply load curves to get a more of a time series analysis, not just a coincident peak of what we're anticipating this load to be. We apply those load curves to our existing forecast to generate a new forecast, so what we can anticipate the time series impacts of this new load to be on the distribution system. From there, we look at what that new forecast looks like, and we look at the impacts on the distribution system. So can that feeder handle it? Is there any upgraded conductors that are needed? Do we need to upgrade cabinets, or add capacitor banks for VAR support, or different assets that will help increase the capacity of the system, as well as the transformer? So what's the planning limit for that transformer? Can it absorb that new load and remain under its planning limit? If any of these are exceeded, we have to look at what scope do we need to add, or what do we need to implement to make sure that we're not going to overload equipment to support these demands. So we identify the minimum scope needed to fix these overloads, and ultimately what's needed to serve the customer. Next slide, please.
Can I get you real quick on that slide?
Of course.
Sorry. Thank you for going back. Here where you refer to previously approved capacity checks, just so I understand, because we have this like informal thing that kind of goes on with some buildings, conceptual capacity checks, and then the actual application and like super official capacity check. This is super official, not superficial, not to be confused.
This
is
is
this
the
the official
yes.
application related capacity check? I just want to make sure I have my terminology and points right.
Yes, so this is the actual service applications that we were talking about here. The conceptual capacity checks, since they actually haven't applied for service, are not factored in here. So we look at who has applied, who's submitted a service application, who have we approved that capacity for, since capacity is a first come first serve basis. So we look at that, and then that's what we're factoring in here.
Okay, that's helpful. And then when you go and make these load curves based on the different load types in the building, so you're going all the way to like panel schedules and seeing, is this lighting, is it an EV charger, is it electrified heating, like that level of you're looking at the major loads in the building and then distributing them?
Yeah, so we have more aggregated load curves. So we have a typical residential curve that we use. We'll have a typical EV that's operating under a time of use rate curve. We have a heat pump. We have different generic curves for different technology types that we apply, not just assuming that everything is going to be operating on peak and inflating what that actual peak demand contribution is going to be for that specific premise.
So do you move outside? Okay, so like I got a office building, whatever. Like largely the office building is the office building. You can apply a load curve to understand the whole thing. But now I'm an office building that has EVs, and by the way, I have heat pumps. So do you make those two adjustments? Like, do you have information to allow you to make those adjustments to understand the major building loads and their influence on that load shape?
Yeah, so we have to kind of go with one so for a building with a heat pump, we'll have an electrified building curve essentially. So it'll kind of lump in all these aggregate loads that are being added there. We can add the EVs in separately, but we typically have like an overall curve, and we're definitely evolving this process as low SEER gets more capable to handle more complex load curves and things like that. But we apply an overall curve based on the building type, and scale it based on what the actual demands are being added are going to be. And then if there's different technologies like electric vehicles where we have different curves based on how they're going to operate, we were able to kind of factor those in as well. But typically it's an overall curve per building, more or less.
Okay, so not a lot of manual adjustments going on, but
yeah, just more so on the it's on like a per unit value, so we kind of scale that based on what the actual demands are being added, so we get a clearer picture of what we expect that demand to be for that particular premise. But and as we evolve our load curves and get more granular with them, I think we're going to be able to get more surgical with how we apply them. But this is kind of our first step, going from just a what is it, like just looking at one peak value and adding everything onto that peak, which is not realistic given how many different demand types are being added to the system nowadays. So, this is a kind of our first step in evolving this process to get more granular with it as we've rolled out loads here.
Okay. And is there any current consideration or way to consider as you move forward, kind of more dynamic control systems, especially like capacity limiting control systems into your assumptions that buildings might be deploying, especially buildings like on the SG rate who are trying to avoid big demand charges might install their own capacity limiting equipment? Is that ever considered? Like, is that a point of discussion with the customers so you can understand what they have, or no?
If they don't provide that, given the volume we have, we can't necessarily go to each customer and ask them. If they don't provide that to us, we can make some assumptions. So, like I said, we have EV curves that are, operating on a time of use rate. So it peaks after the time of use hour, window where the rates are higher ends. We have DSM curves and things like that, but we don't necessarily know to apply them if we're not getting that information from the customer. So, we really need customers to be providing us the information so we know to include it essentially.
But there's not really like a prompt in the application to say, hey, do you have demand limiting equipment? The customer would have to know to like write you a letter that says I have demand. Like, what is the obvious venue for them to proactively, disclose this to you for planning?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the service application's a little outdated given the different technology types that are out there. Oftentimes, depending on the customer and whether that's a managed account or they have that conversation with the designer as they're going through the design for their building. Sometimes we'll get that information. Sometimes those conversations will be had. Sometimes if we provide a scope and showing this is what's needed based on the demands you provided, sometimes we get that information from the customer, to try to see it. Well, if I shift my peak to a different time, does that change the scope at all? Sometimes those conversations are had, but it's not necessarily a part of the process that is, done for every single customer.
They have to know to have those conversations, sort of. Okay.
Yep.
Are we at a decent point for a break for you, or did you want to get through like another slide or two?
The next slide is more of a process flow diagram that kind of elaborates a little bit more in terms of the back and forth. It might be worth us kind of walking through that real quick, and we can kind of, this is a little busy, but I think this is kind of helpful to kind of walk through how our actual process looks like internally. So maybe after this, I think might be a good spot to stop. This is my last slide. So if you're okay with that, I'd like to just maybe finish this out.
Yeah.
So this is so we'll kind of start on the bottom left. So when do we actually trigger a cap check, right? So again, cap check being a service application, not necessarily a conceptual cap check. So if we're adding transformers larger than like 500 kVA metro or 300 kVA rural areas, anytime customers are adding an ATO service, so the automatic throw over, given those are excess facilities and there's more complexity involved, those all are reviewed from a system planning standpoint. Anytime we're adding any new load cabinets or switch cabinets to our feeder backbone, which is the main trunk of the feeder that carries all the load, so making sure that we're applying the right equipment, right? Because we have different ratings of cabinets. We have 200 amp cabinets, we have 600 amp cabinets. So making sure that we're applying the right equipment so that way we're not limiting ourselves from a capacity standpoint. Anytime customers are adding a primary meter, so any primary general customer that is applying for a service, those all come to us. And anytime we're extending feeder level conductor or cable, right? So like that main trunk of the feeder, anytime that's being touched, we review that to make sure, again, we're not putting in the wrong equipment that could limit us from a capacity standpoint. So, anytime one of those are triggered, it goes through this process here. So the design receives the application. We use SAP as our internal process flow tool. So they'll assign a task to my team. My team does a check to make sure we have the right information, right? So if we don't have the information we need, we send that back to design to reach out to the customer to get that information. So if they don't give us what's their address, so where are they interconnecting on the system, what's the demand that they're adding, what are the different types of demands, when are they going into service, and their site plan, just to get an overall feel for how this is going to get laid out and where they're actually going to tap into the system. All these are critical pieces of information that we need, because each one is, it factors into how the capacity picture looks, right? The capacity this year is very different from 2 years out, and we may either be adding new loads, we may be reconfiguring the system. There's a lot of moving parts here, so we need to make sure that we have the full picture so we can give an adequate response back to the customer. So if we're missing that information, we kind of go through this cycle until we get that. Once we get the information and there's nothing missing, we perform our actual capacity check, right? And I kind of walked through it before on the previous slide. We look at what that demand is going to look like, and the year and timing of when it's going to go into service to our forecasted growth forecast. So again, looking at what we have already approved for capacity on the system, making sure that we're including those in there, so that way we're not misrepresenting that capacity picture. Then once we kind of readjust that forecast to account for this new growth, we evaluate the distribution system, the substation equipment, to make sure that there's capacity on everything up to the substation high side of that transformer, to make sure that there's sufficient capacity, as well as any future projects that we have in the pipeline. If I have a feeder project next year, that's going to completely change that forecast picture as if there's no project at all, and it's going to continue operating as it is today. So, if we determine that there's upgrades, we look at that, we evaluate what that minimum scope is going to be. If it makes sense for us to install equipment above that minimum scope, that delta is something that the company absorbs the cost of. But typically, our goal is to provide the minimum cost and scope to support that new load. Design then takes that information, they readjust their overall design for the entire scope of the project. They apply the CUs, so those cost units that they use to develop the overall estimate. We take another look at it, making sure that everything was factored in correctly, and then we close out the information on our end, and design moves forward with providing that information to the customer. So, they'll apply the offsite credit, they'll apply the construction allowance, and provide that final cost to the customer there. And then we update our records to make sure that we're accounting for that going forward. So that's our process in a nutshell. I know this is kind of a busy slide, but I think it's kind of helpful to show our process here. Admittingly, we try to target 10-day turnaround for that, given the volume that's been a struggle to hit that 10-day turnaround, 10 business day turnaround for looking at this. So we do our best to make sure that we're looking at it in a timely manner, but sometimes, admittedly, those can get delayed just given the volume that's in our queue. So I'll pause there and see if there's any additional questions around this process, but just thought it was helpful to kind of walk through the end-to-end process in terms of how we evaluate the system upgrades needed to interconnect any given load.
I'll probably have more questions after a break, but before we go there, you're targeting 10-day turnaround from what to what? Like, what's the beginning of the 10-day? What's the and I know it's been more than 10 days. It sounds like
it has been,
someone
yeah,
normally. But what are the bookends of that intended process?
The intent is, once we have all the information we need to perform the capacity check,
complete application, you'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not just a complete application, but all the information that's kind of outlined on that bottom left box on the flow chart. So we don't always get that information. A lot of times we get pieces of information that requires us to kind of go back and forth with the customer. So that can add delays to this whole process. But we try to target, and admittingly, we don't always hit that, but we try to target, once we have all the information we need to perform the capacity check, the clock starts on that 10 business day turnaround from the system planning standpoint. Now,
The
the
end of the 10
design
days is
needs,
what? They got, yes, we can serve you, go forth, or here's your bill? Like, what's the?
planning portion, right? So then design needs to take that information. They need to adjust their overall design. And some of these, you know, given the scope and the magnitude of the infrastructure upgrades that are needed, it can take them quite a while to upgrade their designs, and make sure that, you know, all that information is accounted for, so they can get that nuts and bolts design and associated estimate for that project. So the 10-day is from the system planning standpoint to perform the actual capacity check. It's not the end to end from what the customer sees. Just to
Okay,
kind of clear
it's
that up.
internally you're figuring out, do you have a problem or not? Is that?
Yeah, and what
fair?
is the solution to that problem? That's what we're
Okay.
trying to
You
target. in
haven't
that 10-day.
designed it or priced the solution to the problem, but internally you're saying, here's a new building, let's figure out if we can accommodate it or not as is.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
That's
okay.
the goal, anyways.
Helpful, because some of this only you all see and some of it everyone sees, so that's why I'm trying to be precise about the language of like what happens in these different chunks. I will have a few more questions about this, also to the extent nobody's seen it yet. If y'all are willing to leave it up during the break, that could be helpful. But if it works for you, let's take a 15-minute break will get us to a very odd time. Okay, let's go to 3:25 if that works for everybody. 3:25, if you can leave this up, that's great. But do go ahead and turn off your mic and camera. Everything will remain live when we're on break. And I will see everybody back at 3:25. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Meno, sorry. Apologies for my lack of timeliness.
No problem. I'm here all day.
Okay, I have a couple questions on this slide. So with regard to the capacity checks, real quick, on a conceptual capacity check, which I understand is not covered by this image, will you do that for any size load, or are there only certain size loads that you'll do conceptual capacity checks for?
Typically, I forget, there's an upstream process to assign those to us. I think it follows a similar process here in terms of the size of it. And it's largely, we approach them in a similar way in terms of reviewing them, but I believe it follows the same, size requirements here.
Okay. So if I was a smaller customer, do I, maybe not smaller customer, that's not the right. If I'm adding less incremental load than is shown here, is there any way to get determination from you all if that load can be served? Like upfront before spending, I don't know, 50, 100 grand to design something.
Sure. I believe so. I'm double checking right now. I might ask Andrew, Mr. Feldkamp to keep me honest here in terms of the size requirements, in terms of the conceptual capacity checks, but I believe, okay, we don't have limits on our, we don't necessarily have limits on our conceptual capacity checks, but they do generally follow this size requirement. So, if someone smaller wants to add load to the system, they can reach out. Typically loads that are smaller than those don't even come through the capacity check process once they officially apply. So they aren't necessarily hit with the impacts that we're seeing for some of these larger demands.
Okay. And just to one of the previous questions I think someone had brought up, are conceptual capacity checks available to existing customers who are upgrading service size?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think we really restrict anyone from applying to that, to evaluate that. It is a challenge for the conceptual capacity checks because, the information we do provide to customers may not be relevant once they actually get around to applying, right? The system is very dynamic and it changes. So, that picture that we provide to them may change, the next day if we get an application or, in a few weeks or whatever that is, but yeah.
Okay. For an existing customer, if they're electrifying, I don't know, they're adding a bunch of car chargers or electrifying to meet Energize Denver requirements, they would only receive a capacity check if that new addition is essentially over roughly 500 kilowatts in incremental.
Yeah, this is new load being added to the system essentially. So if they're adding 100 kVA, then that doesn't come to my team. That just goes to the design process and they get quoted based on the on-premise and scope that's required to serve them, but doesn't go through the whole capacity check process where we check everything from the substation down.
Okay. Automatic row over service. This is an automatic, I'm familiar with automatic transfer switch. Is this a different thing? Is this somebody with a backup generator? What's an automatic throw over service?
Yeah, this is the dual feeder service policy essentially. So if they want 2 incoming feeders, different sources for increased reliability, this is generally reserved for critical customers like hospitals, wastewater treatment plants. It's not something that we approve for any customer that wants increased reliability on the system, right? Because we do our N-1 plane that accounts for us to be able to back that load up if we lose a feeder or a bank. But this is for truly critical loads that need enhanced reliability, such as like hospitals and things like that.
I see. So that's 2 feeds, 2 service potential routes from you, not
2
just
separate distribution feeders. Yeah, typically sourced from different substation transformers. So there's not that single point of failure.
I see. That I'm learning a lot. What would dictate the addition of new switchgear or load break cabinets?
Yeah, so this is one for underground feeders, which is pretty much everywhere in the metro area, and increasingly more so throughout their entire system. So anytime we need to tap into, if we need to serve someone from an existing underground feeder, if there's no available positions in existing switch cabinets, which is where we serve load from on the underground system, then we would need to put in a new cabinet essentially to serve those demands. So if there's a cabinet that has available switch or fuse positions that we can utilize to serve new customers, they're just not currently in use, then they would use that, and then that would limit the scope that would be needed to serve them. But if there's no available positions on existing switch cabinets, then we would need to install new PMH gear and serve customers through that equipment. And if that's typically tapped off the main feeder. So like I was saying before, we want to make sure that any equipment that goes in on that feeder backbone, which is that main trunk of the feeder that carries all the load or the bulk of the load, we want to make sure it's not going to limit the capacity of the feeder by any means, since we have different ratings for different equipment.
Okay. Okay. So I had understood, like, in last Monday's workshop, there was kind of a certain graphic given for, say, current high loaded substation banks, and then current high loaded feeders. This is a third, I don't want to say stopping point, but a third like point of failure in the ability to serve that's further downstream at the transformer in terms of if you're able to accommodate the load on a even more localized level.
Yeah, so I mean, there's different demands that can be added without us knowing. So that incremental growth, we're somewhat blind to, especially if it's like a residential customer adding an EV, right? That doesn't come through we don't get notified of that. So this is us trying to capture.
Need a service upgrade, right?
Yeah, as long as there's no service upgrade or transformer upgrade, or sometimes retroactively we find out that may be needed from a transformer standpoint if there's power quality issues. But yeah, so we try to make sure that we're not going to put the system in that kind of condition up front. So we evaluate the capacity and look at whether or not this incremental load addition is going to push it beyond its limits. And then if it does, that's where we trigger the upgrades to make sure that we're operating the system within its boundaries. But yeah, it's, as you saw, there's some that are already pushed beyond what we should be pushing it.
So, and kind of what I was getting at referring to last Monday's information is this is kind of a third maybe area that could be overloaded, especially if the prevalence of this is in downtown Denver where things are underground. Do you have any concept for me in terms of the switchgear and load break cabinets? How many of those, say, like in downtown Denver, would require more work or a new cabinet that then triggers this whole bigger process?
Yeah, so I mean, existing customers, right? We wouldn't necessarily, unless they needed a second transformer and then submit an exception request for that, we would just utilize the existing tap off the main feeder from that PMH cabinet to serve them. For new buildings, we typically won't have available positions on a cabinet to serve them, so we would need to install new ones. And there's a lot of challenges with that, getting with buildings that are zero lot construction that don't provide adequate space to put this equipment. We run into a lot of challenges with siting this equipment and making sure we can install it to support some of these new loads coming on the system.
Okay. So just real quick, let's say you have a new building. They put in a conceptual capacity check early in the process. Conceptually, yes, system can handle them. Does that address this particular question? Like if that new building is in downtown Denver, and as you indicated, pretty much any new building in downtown Denver would probably require its own cabinet at this point in the game. So does that show up in that conceptual capacity check, or it's just like, nah, the substation feeder are fine, you're good?
Yeah, so we don't put as much analysis into the conceptual capacity checks. It's more of a high level, can the feeder and can the substation transformer handle it, right? We're not getting down to into the weeds of, okay, we need to put a cabinet here, we need to tap that conductor there. Like, it's more of a, can the system handle it or not? And if
Right,
not,
this
what
is
is
like
needed
a
to support
higher
that?
level analysis. But I
Right.
guess what I'm getting at is if there's a common understanding at the company that at this point in this given area, any new building's basically gonna need a cabinet, like there is some offsite expense that will be incurred that it seems like is somewhat glossed over because the conceptual capacity check is at such a high level that it's like, it feels like a common understanding internally, it will be needed, but maybe is not being communicated externally, at least early in the process. Because it's the same thing as you said, like, if the building lot can't handle it or they haven't accommodated kind of in their construction having this on site, it just seems like maybe we're missing an opportunity earlier in the construction to notify them of the need for this other thing.
Yeah, I mean, each application is different, right? And there's always nuances associated with each of these projects. It's not always the case, right? It really depends on, like I mentioned before, where are they interconnecting on the system? Because if there's cabinets that have available positions, we can utilize them. But if they're going into an area that doesn't have it, it's there's typically offsite work that needs to be done to support them. So again, the conceptual capacity check is not an official process in rules or, so there's no concrete process around it. We do our best to support them given the volume we receive as a courtesy to customers and stakeholders.
Do you have any internal kind of information or analysis about, and I understand, if it's confidential or whatever, but I'm just trying to understand, does it exist? An internal analysis or understanding of kind of this situation in downtown Denver in terms of availability of space in these cabinets to understand the direct areas that would pretty much as a matter of course be impacted by this with a new project?
No, we don't have that information. There's hundreds and thousands of cabinets in the city, so it's a lot of data, but we don't necessarily, it's constantly changing too as new loads are coming online. So it's not something we track or maintain.
Okay.
We have them all mapped in our GIS system, and we use that to look at specific applications, but we don't holistically have a picture of that.
Okay, so they're mapped, but you don't necessarily have any view of their available space or like anything that would tell you on an asset by asset basis what is already maxed out.
Nothing. I mean, we can look into that, but it's not something we currently track or have on hand.
Okay, but that sort of work would occur to a project as an offsite distribution system upgrade.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that though, as part of the service extension policy, customers don't pay for these cabinets. It's not something that they're on the hook for. So I should have elaborated on that previously. Apologies for overlooking that. But if you look in our service policy memo that we have, customers do not pay for these cabinets. It's something that's part of the overall scope of the project that we need to do to serve them, but it's not something that they're physically on the hook for paying for.
Okay, so they don't pay for this as part of like an offset. I mean, I guess it sounds like it could be on their site, it could be off their site, but like it's not related to the offsite kind of construction allowance and sharing situation.
Correct. Yeah, these are facilities that can serve other customers ultimately. So we don't have individual customers paying for them as part of their offsite costs.
Okay, but I guess where this does become a more interesting question is that by necessity of the cabinet requirement, even if the company doesn't pay for that, it triggers this much larger review. Is that fair?
Apologies, can you say that one more time? Sorry, and I meant to say tariff before, not our service extension policy. So apologies for.
Yeah.
I'm not the expert on that, so I'm just trying.
No worries,
it's part of the tariff. Sorry, but yeah, can you repeat that question?
So you had said that the customer is not on the hook for the cabinet. It sounds like the company is funding 100% of that. But by virtue of the cabinet work, that then triggers this larger capacity check, which looks further upstream at other costs that could possibly be incurred by that load addition, right?
Yeah, it can, yeah.
Okay.
Depending if it's on the main feeder backbone or not.
So
Sometimes it could be
like,
on
I
downstream.
have
That's not
2
an issue.
customers, sorry.
No, you're good. No, it's just, it depends on where it's interconnecting to the feeder. If it's on the main backbone, then we want to make sure that we're looking at that, but otherwise typically not.
Okay. So, and the way this is working, I could have 2 customers, they're adding, I don't know, 250 kilowatts. I'm sorry, I'm a kilowatt, not a kVA person, to the system.
Fine.
On one block, that could go sail through, no capacity check required because the cabinet can accommodate them, they go forth. Same exact size customer, same exact loads that happens to require the new cabinet, then triggers this much larger upgrade, and you could go, oh, we actually need some more here. So am I interpreting properly that like these are 2 divergent paths that can be triggered by seemingly a much smaller issue that the customer is not on the hook for paying for?
Yeah, if that new cabinet is interconnecting on the feeder backbone, then yes, they the same size customer could have different experiences based on where they're interconnecting on the system and existing system capabilities.
Okay. Okay, one other thing I wanted to talk about, how upgrades are sized, if we look feeder upgrades or whatever it might be. You had said it's really kind of right-sized for that customer. It sounds like at some point, we don't have every single little minutia size of wires and of infrastructure. And so it's just whatever's the next size up that accommodates that customer. Is that fair in terms of how things are sized for the upgrades to the distribution system when those are needed?
Yeah, we have standard equipment that we use. So if it's not the one standard size, we go to the next upgraded standard size conductor based on
Okay.
where it's going.
What happens if they only needed, I have no idea the scale of this, they needed 60% of that conductor size, and so you got 40% capacity hanging out for free that just got installed? How do you deal with cost allocation in that situation?
I may need to defer that. I'm not entirely sure on that end of it. I mean, we call from my standpoint, from the engineering standpoint, we look at the minimum conductor to serve, and anything above the minimum needed, we pay that delta. But I might need to pass it over to Mrs. Baker to maybe elaborate on that portion of it a little bit more. That remaining capacity, I think, she's here, so maybe I'll share.
Yeah, if you don't intentionally upsize the conductor, but the conductor just has space because it doesn't fit perfectly on there.
Yeah, that's like our substation transformers. We have a standard size, and those are specific capacities that we utilize, right? So, but I'll pass over to Jen to maybe clarify that.
There's a couple different things too. It depends on what part of the system we're talking about here. If it's the main feed and it's one customer that's taking up 6 megawatts of a 15 megawatt feeder, that's a different situation than a customer that's just on site. We would potentially do the differential of those estimates. So the customer would pay, again, these costs to serve. That's also why we give the credit too, to account for additional customers being able to come on the system. And then, as we said earlier too, the CA values also do trickle up to the offsite as well. So it just depends on what is needed in particular to that particular job and that request. So minimum cost to serve is what we do.
Okay. So I need certain size wire, and apologies, I don't want to name a gauge wire because I'm certain to be wrong about what's even rational, but I need a certain gauge wire to serve this customer. Inherently, it's oversized to some degree. It's
has to be to serve it, right? I mean, always, yeah, we can't size it under. That'd be a problem.
Yeah.
That one.
They pay for the full cost. I mean, like, yeah, they have their 65% split basically, but they pay for the cost of that, even though it is somewhat in excess of what they need. Is that?
It's always Yeah, I mean, again, it's always gonna be, but that's also why we do give that differential, noting that other customers could potentially use what's excess available there, right? Always minimum cost to serve. We don't, I mean, it would be more expensive to be doing individualized, as opposed to our standardized sizes that we use if we try to do custom builds or anything like that. So that's where that comes from. That's where that methodology comes from. Least cost to serve the customer, but to serve the load that they're requesting.
Okay. Now you all decide to upsize the wire because we got an idea something else is going to happen here, or I don't know. You already have an application, whatever's the reason. You decide to upgrade the wire or upgrade some equipment or whatever. How do you determine that delta? It's literally the cost differential between those two wires, or do you reallocate through all of the excavation, labor costs, everything it's going to take to do it in a proportional basis?
Well, that's why sometimes it is more cost effective to upsize wire potentially, right? Or do it at the same time. Again, we're talking about when a job is specifically triggered because of a customer's request or an applicant's request, not a job that is done solely because of the company initiating it due to, when we do a company funded job. So yes, so there's the delta, the customer again, we'll do two different estimates for that. So the customer only pays for what is specifically attributed to their project.
Yeah, still not understanding how that delta is determined though. So like if I'm doing an infrastructure project, there's a ton of money in the design, in the labor, in the excavation. The actual size of the wire is probably somewhat, I don't know, but not the largest cost. So like when you upgrade the size of the wire, how is the delta between the upsizing and the customer responsible for the cost determined? Is it literally just the delta covered by the company is the change in wire size, or do you then take over a proportion of design, of excavation?
We don't charge our distribution customers for design. So that's not part of something that we charge our customers for. So if a customer submits a request for service and they decide not to move forward, they don't get a bill from us for that. I know some munis do that, some REAs do that too, but we do not. So if you submit an application, we decide to, we design your job, your associated cost to design to do what you need for us to serve you. That is what you pay for, and that's based on the estimated costs upfront.
Okay, so same question, exclude design from my question.
Yeah. So again, and then if there's so whatever's above and beyond that wouldn't be part of the customer, because again, it's again our design for what the customer's paying for. We have our own design that we're doing. The customer just pays for what is needed to serve their request. That's it.
Are they paying for 100% of the excavation? Maybe that's an easier way to ask. Does it get resplit?
It's really designed twice, and it's whatever the delta is we take on, the company does. So I'm trying to figure out.
So I think a disproportionately low share. Those are my words, but I get it. Okay, so then a question. I know in the way some of this is done on the gas side, at least, when it's determined, to my understanding, that there needs to be a capacity increase to a gas pipeline serving multiple customers, that project is budgeted, is planned, and in with the growth that is known to be planned or applied for, there's also, to my understanding, 10 years of growth assumed in the sizing of the infrastructure when it's upsized. So is there any inclusion or foresight of what other load growth will be, and any attempt to include that in projects that are already happening? I know it sounds like sometimes things are upsized, but not as a standard course, kind of like I understand it to be on the gas side. So maybe you can walk us through, like, when it's determined and why, what future growth should also be accommodated by an infrastructure upgrade.
So, and again, that's going to be more gas capacity planning. That's also too when it's a company funded job as opposed to a customer funded job. So we keep those two separately, right? But again, that's more gas capacity planning if it's not directly attributed to a direct customer request for service. Does that make sense?
I'm not aware of any way to do that on the gas system besides the most local line extension on the gas side. It feels like structurally a very different system. So I think that's part of a point of interest here, in that there is no way where we trace much higher upstream in the way we do on the electric system with the gas system to attribute the cost of growth to the system.
Yeah, I mean, that's not as, my area, so but we're happy to, if you have some more questions, and we can get back to you on some of those too, at a later date. If that would be, because of, just to respond to those for you. I don't want to overstep my level.
No, I appreciate that. I just I think I'm seeing, I mean, clearly there's an asymmetry in terms of how far up the system we appear to assess cost to individual customers for which capacity needs to be added to either the electric or the gas system, in that we do appear to get more granular with the cost being incurred by a customer outside of their exact premise on the electric side. But then further, it seems like on the gas side, in part because it's a company done project, there's 10 years of growth. So we seem to always be, this is at least in my analysis, planning further ahead on the gas system for growth and projecting earlier, whereas on the electric system, we wait for someone to make a request, make the upgrade, but maybe aren't sizing anything more into the upgrade when it could be fairly obvious in some of these locations there is more growth coming.
Well, it depends where they're, and this is one of the things that we need to know, where are they interconnecting on the system? If it makes sense to upgrade backbone conductor, like our larger conductor that carries a lot of the load, we'll call for that in this design. But if they're on some radial tap that only serves them, or only serves, a small, underground development, or whatever the application is, it may not make sense to upgrade that. So, we look at that in our cap check process to see when does it make sense to upgrade, and then we'll call for that when we work with design on getting that together.
Okay, I see.
It's not an apples comparison with the gas system, just given the inherent nature of the systems.
Right. Yeah. Obviously to me, so I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to get better parity here at a minimum, especially as we look at, the potential for some load shifting here. Okay, so a little curious, Mr. Mino, kind of from your perspective, we've heard from a few kind of buildings or that there is some sort of informal communications that are going on, and they're getting at least a sense you should or should not pursue your project. Help me understand who that's probably with, like an account representative for a big project, or how does that happen, and how would that person have the information if this has not gone through a conceptual capacity check or an actual capacity check, and we don't have tracking on some of these issues that are on the system?
I mean, they can come into the company through a multitude of ways, whether it's through the builder developer rep, or if it's a managed account through our account managers. If they get any inkling on what the capacity looks like, that comes through, they ultimately ping my team to see what that picture looks like, unless they've already looked at it previously and know there's not capacity. But typically that comes to my team to do that evaluation.
Okay, so this is a step that's even less formal than the conceptual capacity check. That's like, hey, Dave, they want 10 car chargers. They got to upgrade their service. Can they do it there? I'm just trying to figure out what this looks like that a customer is experiencing if they're told through this informal route that they
I think we're maybe talking two different things, right? So, I mean, if their service can handle it, that's more design, looking at that, and seeing whether that's adequately sized to serve them. If it's a larger demand, then we'll look at that from a capacity standpoint on the overall system. But I think anecdotally, some of the conversation we heard today was more so limitations on the building and not necessarily the distribution system.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of different flavors, and it might be very difficult for smaller customers to understand moving forward where the exact
where that pain point is,
for them
yeah,
and how they move forward. Yeah. As we look forward, I think you probably heard me talking with Denver and Boulder about the potential for maybe some stakeholder process prior to DSP to get some of their forecasting and projections to be able to plan on your side around, I think very much the potential and the intent of what their policies will deliver with regard to, electrification and other things. Just curious on your side, do you think that's something that's reasonable to, working sort of a stakeholder process? And I think it would be more of an ongoing thing, but like, as we look to this next DSP, could we work with stakeholders to better understand their forecasting areas where they see tremendous growth in terms of development, areas where, they think their policies will result in significant electrification?
I think there's value in that. I think the challenge is we're finalizing our forecast right now, like within the next week or so, that we're using to come up with our risks, our projects, our budget, and to throw a new forecast in the middle of that. I think we're not necessarily going to be able to leverage all that for the DSP, but I do think there's value in those municipalities and cities sharing that information with us, because our forecasts are only as good as the information we receive. So if they have long-term forecasts, we're pushing certain larger developments that we're aware of to give us that information, without naming specifics, but we encourage them to share that information with us so we can account for that. And so if they have that information, I would strongly encourage them to share that. But whether or not we can leverage that for the upcoming DSP, I don't know if we'll be able to pivot and actually merge that in to be useful for this filing.
Okay, so with regard to these two, there's, first of all, like, if we see electrification, let's say, especially as a result of some of these policies, especially in Denver, if you're finalizing your forecast now, to what degree have you included those changes in policy and changes in building codes in analyzing what is likely to happen in many of those areas as a result of those policies?
Yeah, I think I presented on this either the previous hearing or the one before, I can't recall, but we are incorporating the clean heat forecast that was used in the clean heat filing into what we call our base forecast that we're going to plan the system to. And as we allocate that high level forecast down to the distribution system, we account for these different cities and municipalities that have higher ambitions from an electrification standpoint to increase the propensity of adoption within that boundary. So that way we can account for the growth that we think is reasonable for those areas. So we are going to include that and we are including that in a forecast that we're developing now for our risk and mitigation process that will ultimately be used in our forecast for our DSP filing this fall.
Okay, so you're taking the clean heat, and thank you. I'm sorry. We did talk about it a little, but like every little bit helps me get a little sharper about what's going on. Okay, so you're taking the clean heat forecast, however much electrification basically, and yeah, because gas DSM wouldn't matter. So electrification is included in that. Instead of spreading it like peanut butter across the whole system, you're saying, well, really disproportionately it will occur here and here and here because of their policies, right?
Yeah, so the way that low SEER works,
oh,
apologies, I didn't mean to cut
you
off.
Go ahead.
So the way low SEER works is you take that OPCO level forecast, so what we would anticipate for our footprint to adopt from an electrification standpoint. Down at the individual premise level, we model the propensity for adoption. So based on building codes or just what electrification goals for different areas, and we would increase the propensity for adoption within those areas. So then it's not necessarily that we're just going to allocate to those areas, but it's more likely of adoption within those footprints. So they'll likely receive a higher electrification demand given their higher propensity for adoption.
Right. So what that's seeming to do is say, okay, probably this area versus this area, we'll see quicker adoption or deeper adoption, whichever, probably both. And so disproportionately, like, electrification will happen more there. But it's still not necessarily matching to what the jurisdiction predicts or assumes in terms of their data on building energy usage and what that transition will look like. Like there's no matching of those. It's just kind of a level up factor for how much will occur here versus here.
Correct. Yeah, it wouldn't be a one. It wouldn't be. Yeah, they would be different potentially, just given what we're anticipating to adopt and how low SEER allocates that based on its algorithm. So
Okay.
again, so if that information is shared with us, we could, down the road leverage that. But I don't think that's going to be. We're going to be able to account for that in this DSP filing, given where we're at in our forecasting process.
Okay. Just seeing if I have another question before you. Oh, we talked a little bit. I'm losing track. The first one probably on the application for service. And you talked even through this diagram that from when you receive the initial application for service, oftentimes I get the feeling that oftentimes, many times, unless it's like a super basic building, there is some amount of back and forth that has to happen for you all to get the exact information that you need to like do the full capacity check and like be more sure, build those load curves, yada yada, and feel more confident with it. Do you think you all are able, I think you kind of maybe this is my impression, somewhat agreed with me that application process could improve to more swiftly or directly get more of the information that is necessary most of the time, or for certain building types or whatever a lot of this back and forth is about. Is that something the company would be able to kind of provide a suggestion on, maybe in written comments, in terms of, are there certain aspects that you constantly find having to go back and get more information? Like, can't we sharpen these applications so that you get more of the useful data earlier in the process, and A, save your staff time, and B, save the customer's time? Because every week that we burn in that is another week their project's not even getting started, getting hooked up.
Yeah, that's true with the team. I think we would be open to that. Personally, I would love to see that happen, just so we can make sure the application has all the information that we need, especially as the demands on the system are definitely evolving. So, but I think we would be open to that. I don't know if anyone on the regulatory side wants to jump in there, but I think we would be open to providing written comments on ways to improve that.
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking, like you have somewhat typical building types. It might deviate for each. And from what I understood from you last time, like there is some portal I could sign into, and maybe there's a branch I go down from there. I did not bother making myself a login and chasing that down. I just looked at the static application, but like also to the extent that like the static application seems inadequate, if there is this much better version that will like lead me down a decision tree to help get you the right information. So like just tighten this all up. Like seems like it benefits everyone. Get more useful information sooner.
Yeah, I think the current application form is probably out of date and is worth revamping, given what I've seen from my experience at other utilities. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You will never, I mean, I think I'm making probably a fair assumption. I don't believe you all ever do any like surveying of customers or try to understand the speed or depth at which you're likely to see some of these changes, like let's say electrification in Denver as one main example. I see avenues where we could try to get a better sense of people's plans and how quickly things might be transpiring, especially around the regulations there. Just trying to figure out if that's a role for you all or for the city, or kind of how we get better information about what people are planning, knowing it's not all a sure thing, but at some point, if enough people plan to do something, a certain amount of them are going to do it. So I don't know, any thoughts on like just how we can get a better sense that honestly should feed into this forecasting that you say is almost done. So that we're more planning, understanding what customers are actually thinking of doing.
Yeah, I can't speak to previous surveying efforts or if those are even done, but like I mentioned before, the more information we have up front, the better off we're going to be in terms of getting out ahead of it. So, having that information would be helpful from a planning perspective to be able to have a clearer picture of where and when this load may materialize, so we can make sure we, are building the system ahead of time, or not maybe not ahead, but like making sure that the system is able to handle it. But I'm not sure whose role that would be to do that surveying, whether that's the different municipalities and cities, or if that's us. I can't necessarily speak to that.
Okay. And then just any thoughts, it's been, and maybe after this question, I do want to involve everyone again and give everyone a chance to come in and talk more about recommendations and thoughts on any improvements here. But to the extent it's been like, 2 weeks or so, we had Mr. Shea's proposal from Denver on kind of this capacity reservation concept, a few equity concerns that we talked about today. Is there a way to maybe treat public benefit projects differently? But just any like early thoughts on that. Just like, I guess I hit on some of the obvious pros and cons. But is that more or less a workable thing to try? I think what I'm trying to figure out is what things are pretty big process improvements that we would need to maybe pilot versus things that are like update the application so it gets more of the information you need up front. Might just be a win-win kind of move to go forward. So I'm trying to delineate in my mind what are the bigger things that we really need to test before we go big versus like the no regrets. These things would obviously make things better.
Yeah, I definitely think piloting something like that would be worthwhile before rolling it out holistically. I mean, I appreciated your comments the questions you were asking, that it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. It just kind of kicks the can down the road to the people that are going to, cause the feeder to be overloaded. And the timing consideration is another real challenge there, because customer projects change. They get canceled, they get delayed. They don't always come online when they say they're going to. So managing all that, I think, is going to be extremely challenging. And the question that you had asked, if someone that's able to pay for it and can reserve the capacity, and then they're not ready to move forward with their project, but someone else comes in and now they don't have capacity to serve their project in the short term, then it becomes a really difficult puzzle to put together. So I struggle with that to some extent, just because of it's more things to manage in an already complex process. So I would definitely recommend a crawl before running approach for something like that, if we decide that's the right path forward.
And maybe the last question, in areas like downtown Denver, where we know from their regulations, we will see significant electrification on a somewhat predetermined timeline of very large buildings. I think we heard from, maybe it was Mr. Koo or somebody else, and I probably brought up the idea on the 5th. Is there a way we could look at kind of the cluster study process for interconnection of like large generation and apply that to these areas? I mean, we would need more intelligence about where and when loads are coming, but that it's not just like, oh, this one unlucky project was the straw that broke the camel's back, but like we got 15 projects on one block that all need this amount of capacity, and then do more of a cost sharing allocation, like kind of like a cluster study on generation would give you, rather than this serial approach where we're always building it just big enough and having to redo and reassess, and probably everyone's paying more than they needed if this was like a group effort.
Yeah, so like with the generation, there's a specific window that we cut off for what we would allow to be participating in that cluster study. We get capacity checks constantly coming in, so it's a constantly moving picture. So there would have to be coordination on the developers, and from how I see it, to coordinate their efforts and apply. So we at a similar time period, so we can coordinate that. But I see it being a lot more difficult on the load side than it is from the generation standpoint.
Sure.
Just given
But if these
the
were
evolving
existing
culture is.
buildings, like we were talking about in downtown Denver, and to the extent maybe Denver took a lead role in trying to play the matchmaker and coordinate and kind of help get this together, it just feels I know it has its challenges, but it has a tendency to me to feel a whole lot more efficient than just assuming nobody else does anything when we all know they are going to maybe try to coordinate them to some degree.
I guess like that cluster study process is essentially how we go about evaluating our risks, right? So the way that we on our annual forecasting process, we look at all the growth, we look at where we anticipate overloads or contingency risks, and we holistically look at the system to upgrade it. It's when we get applications, that keeps like trickling in, and it makes it a lot more challenging, and especially when there's the customer applies and they need service ASAP, right? And given the amount of time it takes to build out this infrastructure, it makes it really challenging. So I see the load cluster study concept being really challenging to implement from that standpoint.
Okay. All right. Thank you for entertaining all my questions. You can probably pull down the graphic. I appreciate giving people.
Yeah, I think we have some more slides, but I don't know what
Oh,
direction you want to go in. I don't, but there's other ones that we had prepared, but
shoot, sorry.
take this wherever you want.
I do want to get on to like the improvements discussion that involves everyone. Is there anything you desperately need to communicate or show? My apologies. I thought this was the end of it.
That's just the end of my portion, so I'll open up to the
Anything
Excel
that's
team to see if there's anything else we want to hit in
desperately
the time
needed.
remaining. But yeah, that's the end of my spiel. I think we're good. I think from what I'm seeing in the chat. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I, in the interest of time, I know you want to move forward, so I think we can do that.
Sorry, and I would appreciate if you would file them. My apologies. This is the last one, so I was just hitting Mr. Mino with all my questions and burned some time there. Sorry about that. Okay, well, I appreciate it. Yeah, if you can file them all, that's great. And clearly we could ask you for follow-up or clarification on any of them if needed. So with that, if you guys want to pull that down, and I just wanted to facilitate maybe a discussion on any potential improvements. I know we've hit on a few ideas today, more than a few ideas on different areas, both some that would be more complex and probably require greater process, filings with the commission, piloting, and kind of more of a sea change from normal, versus some other ones that are simpler and could be implemented right away. So maybe if I target the discussion in that way, that would facilitate some discussion. Maybe if we start first with like the no regrets, things that you all are seeing or thinking could be done tomorrow that could really improve the situation for folks. I had mentioned maybe some improvements to the application process or application forms themselves to better collect the pertinent information sooner. Any other thoughts? Happy to have anybody joining, turn on their screens, raise your virtual hand, whatever it is. Ms. Elam.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure if this is exactly on point to your question, but I was really struck by the conversation you just had with Mr. Mino. And I was reflecting back on the conversation I think you had with another representative from the company in the transportation electrification plan proceeding around no regrets investments and kind of the.
I will point out that it's still ongoing. So
I know. No, decisions, but just considering that methodology that was discussed during that proceeding was really around efforts to forecast where future vehicle load was going to be. And so I do think that I just wanted to advocate kind of for your proposal around trying to do at least some, you know, some cluster growth forecasting based on codes. I do think it's more feasible than maybe Mr. Mino was representing back. I mean, I think he was still thinking about this from the perspective of the customer is ultimately going to have to pay, which is a little bit different than the concept of a no regrets investment in preparing for future growth. So just wanted to name that, having just kind of listened to that conversation, because I do think we need to get out ahead of this. And I don't think that process is necessarily going to work to develop the forecast.
Thank you for that. And to the extent you got any forecasts on how quick you think you're going to see electrification or development in certain pockets of your city, sounds like you got a week.
Okay. Yeah. I was also curious about which forecast Mr. Bino was using from the Clean Heat Plan in that electrification forecast. If it was the preferred portfolio, that might be a low number as well.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and double check. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for that, Ms. Lamb. Other thoughts on kind of immediate term potential process improvements, Mr. Hagan?
Yeah, I was wondering the extent to which, I guess it's more of a question than a suggestion, but I guess you can take it either way. And thank you for acknowledging. To what extent do zoning regulations figure into the forecasting? Because upzoning is one of the ways in which cities are dealing with housing shortages. So by increasing the amount of development allowed in certain areas, like single family, zoning is becoming, a lot of cities are doing away with single family zoning. And so I'm wondering, to what extent does Excel take that kind of regulation change into account beyond just like policy targets in terms of electrification, but to what extent does it take like geographically limited regulation changes into account?
Thanks for that question. So, Mr. Mino, I think like a slight twist on mine was primarily around like electrification and building code policy. And this was something Ms. Elam hit on before, that cities are generally aware of, you know, kind of development potential and likely timetables around that, which then gets to kind of upzoning and zoning. So is that something that's taken into account in your forecasts or no?
When you say zoning, can you maybe elaborate on what you mean, like what specifically?
Like probably the density of building and therefore loads. You know, if multifamily is allowed in a certain place, if industrial is allowed in a certain place, would somewhat heavily influence the not just the development potential, but the size of loads you'd be likely to see in undeveloped areas.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check with Integral Analytics. When they do their spatial allocation, I believe they pull that in to some degree. I don't know the specifics behind it, but I think that is built into their, what we call their spatial allocation methodology to a certain extent. So I'd have to go back and double check. I don't know off the top of my head in terms of how it divvies out those high level forecasts down to the individual premise or you know, parcel. From that standpoint.
Ms. Elam, maybe a follow-up for you or Mr. Shea on that. Like with regard to zoning and kind of potential future development, whether it's redevelopment or greenfield, I don't want to say how certain, but that's kind of what I mean. How confident is the municipality on kind of the density and time frame, you know, maybe it's a 5-year window or something of what you'll see in your jurisdiction?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's kind of two sides of that coin, right? To some points, we may modify zoning or make allocations to encourage future redevelopment, which is a little bit more uncertain. At other points, we're going through a change in zoning or process because we actually have projects in the pipeline. So I would say, we could certainly apply some level of certainty around that. I mean, certainly I think in, most of our region, we're in a growth state anyway. So as soon as you make space available, it's a high probability that it's going to be used up and redeveloped at some point in the near future.
And
I
largely, I think
if our-
Mr. Hagan's point to what the density limits will allow,
Yeah.
probably at this point in the game.
Yeah, that would be my expectation. If Colorado were in a different market condition, the answer would be different, but obviously, available development areas remain in high demand even in this current economic condition.
I don't know to the extent we can answer this. See, like, what amount of that information do you already have? Like, that exists and you're like, we think we'll probably get 500 units here in the next 5 years. We'll get, 20 here. So how much of that do you already have versus like you'd have to get together and it'd take you a while?
I think to apply some of that certainty, we just have to pull some of the data we have. But for example, we know all the projects in the pipeline for the next several years. Multi-complex projects from our housing authority, as an example, right? So to the earlier comment, our housing authorities have to apply for all their, tax equity funding well in advance. We know with great certainty that those projects are going to move forward as long as the funds become available and there's not a hiccup in their funding. Like, we have a high certainty those are going to be delivered. I think we have areas where we would just say we expect growth, but we can't give you quite as much certainty around it because this is an area we've targeted. But I mean, a prime example is, if we look at Boulder, there is a property to the south owned by the University of Colorado that is target for extremely high growth in about 10 years. I would give you a good confidence level that that's going to come online, as well as some of the projects in our pipeline. So it's not like we have to start from scratch. We have quite a bit of information. It informs our comprehensive planning work. And there usually triggers for why we go to our council and amend zoning and other requirements. Like, we usually have that information. I'm not in our planning department, but certainly my colleagues there could bring quite a bit of information to the table for that.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mino, you have something? I'm calling
I appreciate
your name today, right? It's Mino.
Mino. I pronounce it Mino. Yeah. I respond to any of them though. It's fine. But yeah. Hey, kind of two thoughts there. Appreciate that. I think that has kind of highlights the inherent complexity of forecasting and how challenging it is, especially as we try to take all these different, municipalities into account and build that into our forecast. But to the extent that information is available, like zoning changes, specific parcels, I mean, we can ingest that data, we can add that into our low-year forecast, increase the propensity for adoption. So, I mean, that information would be incredibly helpful for us to be able to sharpen our forecasts as that information is shared with us. It's just typically we're like the last to know about development plans, so we kind of caught on our heels at certain points. So it's as much as that information can be shared with us up front, that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing these cities desperately want y'all in front of the game here, and that they are happy to assist in however they can to get you a better idea of what they see coming. So, hopefully that's a good kumbaya. We've done it. We've gotten somewhere. Ms. Elam, a follow up for you. I know we've talked primarily about like building development. To what degree is the city made aware or involved in like counseling or discussions on like EV charging, school buses, fleet electrification? Like, is that anything people are talking to you all about, or we're really just like, a lot about what buildings will come and that might be it?
Yeah, no, we are very intimately involved with Boulder Valley School District and the University of Colorado and our local bus transit fleet around electrification and working pretty closely with them, as is the company. And Public Services is a partner with us on building out that site for a shared charging hub. So we certainly have strong relationships around that. I mean, it's a little less predictable, you know, for example, where the private fast charging companies are going to cite things. We have a little less visibility into that part of the equation, but certainly when it's a public project, we tend to have a lot of information from our partners there.
Okay, but it sounds like there's already probably pretty good coordination on the EV front, just not to any degree the same on the building.
Yeah, I mean, we're a relatively small community, so I think, you know, I think Mr. Shea may have a little bit different answer when you start to talk about, for example, RTD as a whole, or, you know, as you think about the complexity of the all school districts, you know, when it comes to ours, it's a pretty, you know, strong relationship, but I wouldn't just necessarily describe it as common of all jurisdictions.
Good segue. Mr. Shea, are you still here? Hello.
So okay, yeah, Dan had to hop off, so I'm here. Though there's a limit to my ability to answer some of these questions because of the nature of what our office is responsible for, and the fact that I've only been around for 3 months. So, so ask away, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what I can handle here.
I think my immediate question is kind of vis-a-vis some of the questions I was asking Boulder. First, you know, how much data do you already have about where you think you're going to see development or upzoning, or, you know, whether it's redevelopment, greenfield development, or electrification like occurring, you know, and the pace, and like, you know, kind of what degree of certainty do you all feel about that, and do you have that information like readily available to share with the company?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing I'll say is that right now we are in starting off a capacity study. So we are certainly like thinking about these things and trying to project into the future what electrification will look like in certain neighborhoods within Denver. So part of that is, you know, there's data that we need from Excel. So we are working with Excel on this capacity study. So it's kind of this, we need this sort of back and forth relationship, because there's some data that kind of sits with Excel on sort of the like electrical side of things. On our side of things, I will say there's probably a lot of information that our planning and development department has that we can utilize. I mean, throughout this, I think workshops that we've had, I, you know, have been thinking that our office, our climate action office, needs to have more coordination with CPD to get that kind of information, because they'll have information on, you know, how many, you know, like electric water heaters and heat pumps have been installed. On the other side of things, like Excel will have data on the actual like electrical like part of that equation. And so we're kind of like figuring out how can we combine all of this information together to try and predict what future like load is going to be like. So I don't know if that helps answer that question, but it is something that we're thinking about and we're working on.
Yeah, it sounds like the degree to which you all have some insights would be helpful to them, but the window is closing quickly this year is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Given those insights. Okay. Okay. Other thoughts or contributions? I kind of, you know, kick this off as like immediate term, low process, like just things we could change right away, but happy to open it like after our very rapid workshop series here. You know, what are folks thinking? Any suggestions, any feedback to Denver's original proposal? You know, any main light bulbs going off on what about this idea? You know, I'm really trying to think this through from scratch. If we had to make a system that works really well, what would we do? Would we do the same exact processes? Would we do the same exact things, or would we do something differently? I think we're in a time of really rapid growth here, and we need to meet the moment and understand what this will take to be planning and executing appropriately. So no bad ideas. So just curious if anyone has anything additional they'd like to share on thoughts, whether kind of short or long-term, bigger ideas on how to improve these processes, as well as cost allocation more generally. We haven't talked a ton about like what this looks like to individual projects. So any other thoughts while we're still here? Mr. Berman?
I was just gonna maybe add a couple of high-level things that were in our presentation that we didn't quite get to with regard to some of the challenges we have and the issues we work, with our communities on. And I think we'll continue to do a lot of that. So like one of the things, we had a slide where we talked about some of the timing challenges with some of the projects, and permitting can oftentimes be a long lead time activity. We continue to and will continue to work with all of the communities we work with on permitting reform and any changes we might need to see there. But just wanted to put that out there as one of the challenges we encounter. And then
Can we stay
another
on
one,
permitting?
sorry.
Can we stay on permitting since we have two of the cities here?
And I don't know the specifics. I can tell you that I know that that's one of the things we've identified as, something that takes a lot of time and is potentially ripe for, trying to look at opportunities to improve that process.
So, can you help me understand to any degree more specifically permitting what? Like, is it just when you need a new substation? Is it, like what? I'm sure there's a hierarchy of projects, but like, what's the hardest?
Yeah.
And then like, what's the time frame? And do you all have any ideas for the municipalities on how we could speed up permitting if that's a big roadblock?
I'm sure the people that deal with this on a daily basis have better ideas than I have for you. But I think it's kind of all of the above that you mentioned. I mean, there's easements that we have to go through processes to get permitted for projects. For substations was another one that I did want to bring up. We will, as we see this growth, we foresee the need for more substations. And we generally at this time don't have any sites for those substations identified. So that continues to be a challenge for the company to find places to put these substations. And that's something specifically with Denver that we've worked a lot with the city on, and understand that there are challenges just with space in general. But put that out there as a potential thing that we need to continue to work on.
Yeah, that to me seems to up the ante to really be trying to predict the growth, especially like discreetly in some of these really dense areas that are heavily impacted by new regulation and the potential for redevelopment proactively. Because if we're years out from a substation and we don't even have land acquired, that feels really time consuming. So it feels like we need to I'm happy to hear y'all are working together already, but that really seems to make us need to sharpen our pencil on some of this forecasting, so we're planning well enough ahead.
Yeah, and if I could weigh in, I think it's worth noting that a lot of the infrastructure, if you're having to place new transformers or get into upsizing infrastructure goes in the public right of ways. And I will say that there are some challenges with kind of a mismatch in expectations with certain municipalities and the public service when it comes to unilateral rights and the granting of easements. So I know, we'll acknowledge we're one of the challenges because we don't grant easements. It's not consistent with our charter. We grant permits to use, and I know that has been, some of the challenges in certain projects, and we certainly work to expedite that. But I think to the extent we can, maybe consider whether there's a different expectation in terms of utility assets within public right-of-ways. I think that can certainly help simplify some of the process delays that Mr. Berman spoke to. I mean, I don't think a standard permit actually takes particularly long, but I think when it requires a new easement or new right-of-way granting from a municipality, that could be something that, again, to your point, Commissioner, if we plan ahead and start the process early, there should be no limitation or issue that comes from the process on the municipal side, but often they're a little bit more complicated than I think the time allows, depending on the project.
So am I hearing like somewhat generally, I'll paraphrase informally here. The city of Boulder never grants easements. You grant this, what did you call it? Permit to use?
Yeah, we have an access permit process.
But am I right to interpret your comments then as every time the company still asks for an easement and you go through the same negotiation again and it ends up at the same place?
Yeah.
Does sound like a waste of time to me. Okay.
Yeah.
just candidly, we always start in the same place and always end in the same place. It's doesn't feel super fruitful. Okay. Mr. Fagetta, anything to add on permitting on your side?
Yeah, I think it's just something I've been thinking about, and maybe I'm just a wide-eyed newbie here, but I think it's something that we need to do a better job of coordinating with CPD and aligning city goals, because we have city goals to reach certain emissions reductions targets. So we have these climate goals, and it does seem like sometimes some of this, like permitting and siting, can be at odds with trying to reach those goals, particularly in regards to needing new electrical infrastructure to accommodate electrification. So if we're unable to sort of permit and site the electrical infrastructure that we need, that's going to be a problem for our city goals in terms of emissions reductions. And we have programs like Energize Denver that we heard from Mr. Koo that there might be issues there if we don't if we can't site, let's say, like a transformer underground. So we could certainly do a better job, I think, coordinating, and that's something that I've taken note of as a new employee here at the city, and hopefully I'm sure it's a conversation we've already been having, but maybe we need to kind of push it a little bit further now that we're having these conversations more seriously, I think, with Excel and with the PUC.
It'd be unfortunate to kind of up our game in the forecasting and the planning and design, only to have it fall back on the city as the hang up to actually get the stuff done. So that would be an incredibly unfortunate circumstance. And wide-eyed newbie is not a bad thing. We need a lot of wide-eyed newbies. Yeah.
Don't let him fool you. He's doing a great job.
No longer. So thank you. And that's a good thing. I'd take it. Mr. Berman, any thoughts or response to that kind of discussion?
No, I mean, I think, again, the company's will continue to work with the cities on these things. And I know we have been in discussions with Denver, not that Denver has, land sitting around to offer to the company to site some of this stuff, but we've been trying to collaborate specifically with the city of Denver on, where we may be able to site some of this infrastructure, just given the forecasting, knowing that it's coming and not having any place for it identified. So we just wanted to put it out there that we engage in those discussions. We will continue to engage in those discussions to solve that challenge.
And it seems like, kind of to acknowledge, I think his name was Mr. Hagan. I don't have that one written down. Mr. Hagan's comments regarding kind of public input, especially as it relates to DI communities with regard to siting of some of this infrastructure, especially above ground infrastructure. That seems to me a place we could really streamline with coordination between the municipalities and the company, and that perhaps the municipalities could take some of the brunt of that to help identify and help the company with some outreach so that we are not thinking we have a solution that just gets stopped later, but actually have a much more coordinated approach with the cities who are probably in a good position to be working with their own communities, so that we kind of grease the wheels, if you will. I'm not saying you're jamming it down anyone's throat if they don't want it, but you're engaging the right parties from the beginning, having the conversations rather than going, we have a brilliant idea, only to like have it not work out months later. Not a good use of anyone's time. So that seems like a place the municipalities could come in pretty strong, as in helping with early sighting of this stuff and kind of issue spotting so we don't run down the wrong path.
Absolutely. I agree with that completely. Would be very helpful.
Mr. Hagan, anything to add? Sorry, I'm glad I recalled your name properly.
No, thank you though. You did a great job covering that. I don't have any additional thoughts to.
Okay. And would you tend to agree, Mr. Hagan, that municipalities, perhaps other community-based organizations, but most likely municipalities would be a good conduit? Every electrical pun I get, I pay myself $1. They would be a good conduit to have those discussions with the community early and get that engagement that you're asking for.
Yes, specifically. Also because our partners applied for building permits with the city. So if the city has an idea about where utility infrastructure will be located and where capacity is more likely to increase, that can be incredibly insightful for our members.
Great. I think I interrupted you, Mr. Berman. You have more things. I knew I had two of our cities here and I wanted to pull on the permitting for a quick.
No, I think that was the primary piece I wanted to talk about was, both kind of those project permitting pieces in the substation. So I think we did cover that for the most part.
Okay. What else?
Maybe the one other thing I would say is, we haven't spoken a lot about this today. We did in prior workshops, but a number of these issues with regard to the planning for the future needs, I think will be addressed in the DSP that's coming up later this year. I know we've mentioned that before in future work or in past workshops, but as we think about like how are we sizing the system and what are we looking at for growth, I think a lot of those answers come in that process.
Yes, I'm just like a little nervous that the cities know more than you have, and you're so close to saying you're done the forecasting, and I'm like, I'm probably nervous by nature, but I'm just feeling nervous about this, and that I think they have a lot more good information to share with you, and I hope you will work very quickly and very diligently with them to incorporate the maximum amount of that intel in your DSP forecast.
Yep, we will certainly circle back and make sure we have everything we can get to include in that process.
I mean, we might be able to have this a well-oiled machine in 2026, but I want something that is like our absolute best effort in the time available for 2024. Because as we're hearing with these Denver codes, which things like the time is now. It is upon us. People are already doing this, and we can't have 2 more years of being behind the game.
That is not lost on us. I think you will certainly see that in the DSP and the level of investment that we think is needed.
Okay. Other thoughts? And Mr. Berman, to the extent it's an eye-popping number, good forecasting and good data is my recommendation. So other thoughts? Everything 3 workshop series, which was a very quick impromptu series. Other thoughts, concerns, things we should consider as we look DSP as a main vehicle, line extension policy as a second potential vehicle for changes, and then somewhat third, like a more informal changes to some documents and processes, things like that. Anything like that is fair game. If anybody's got something, pop on your camera or raise your hand.
I'll just continue to offer transparency into where the constraints are. I still think that is particularly helpful for us to flag areas, and maybe, you know, good mapping of where we have capacity constraints. So similar to the hosting capacity maps, I think where we have service capacity constraints, I think it's very helpful to communities to then recognize that they need to engage earlier in the process.
So Mr. Berman, yeah, we had talked maybe I can't remember if this is the first or the second, about the potential of using mapping also for kind of load hosting rather than just DER hosting, basically. Is that something you foresee, you think is doable? Is DSP the right venue? You know, considering there may be some confidentiality concerns as there is with like hosting capacity and other things, you know, I'm thinking it sounds possible and DSP is the right venue. Stop me if I'm wrong.
I'm not sure if we're going to be prepared to do that in DSP. I think that is something we heard and we're looking at, and the feasibility of doing something like that and making it more public.
So you're not sure if you'll be prepared to do it in DSP 2024 edition?
Correct. And I lost Mr. Mino to another meeting, so I can't commit him to that at this moment.
Okay. Just want to try and understand where we are with some of the concepts. Other thoughts, suggestions, concerns?
Yeah, maybe I just have kind of a question about the distribution extension policy. Is there any thought to make changes to that in the DSP? So is the company proposing any changes to that in the DSP? Maybe the other question is that the appropriate proceeding to propose changes to that? So I'm curious about, not that I have any specific ideas, it's just something that we covered today was, you know, Jen covered the extension policy. And so, you know, is that something that would be good for us to take a closer look at and see if there's changes that we can make to that, and what's the right proceeding for that to happen in, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I'm not sure the DSP is really the right place for that. And you hear a little bit of like question there, right? Because this is the second one we've ever filed, but so we have never like had any experience trying to take those issues up in a DSP. Those have typically come in standalone line extension proceedings. That's not to say there's not a way to include that in some other type of proceeding, but we would have to probably think about that a little more.
Yeah, it's usually taken up as an overall proceeding, like, you know, as we said earlier, Senate legislation, and then miscellaneous docket, rulemaking, and then extension policy filing kind of aspects of it. Depends on how extensive we're overhauling it too, right? So, but yeah, usually it's not done as part of another proceeding. The extension policy is, you know, as I said earlier, it's everybody touches it, right? So it's always good to kind of give it its own, at least give it some.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point Jen makes. Is part of the reason here is different stakeholder groups and different proceedings, and you would likely have people that are interested in some of that line extension stuff that wouldn't typically want to be in the DSP proceeding, and vice versa.
Is that sometimes taken up in rate cases?
That's the other place I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Or like a phase 2 rate case.
Could be combined with a rate case, but if it's a major dealing, it might be a standalone.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. It depends on what extent, you know, but again, I really, in regards to extension policy case, just because so many parties and it's so specific, for the extension policy, it's always good to give it its own timing. Again, depends on what we're trying to do though too.
Thanks for the question. Other thoughts, questions, or contributions here in our last few minutes? Well, I always hate to end a meeting early, but I'm gonna give you 9 minutes back. First of all, just really want to thank all of you for attending. I learned a ton throughout all of this, especially today. Really appreciate the engagement. Like I said, I mean, I feel very much that my job is to leave this all better than I found it. Trying to look at each policy with fresh eyes and say, is this the best we can do? Does this meet the moment? Is this what we should be doing just because this is what we did before? And happy to hear all of your ideas, struggles, concepts on where we could go with this. That gave me a lot of things to think about as we move forward. So many thanks to the company, to the cities, to the developers, to the individual stakeholders, spending your time coming here. It's been very valuable for me in learning more about this process and really trying to understand how we make this move efficiently and work for everyone as we move forward. Look, at some point, somebody's got to pay something, whether it's all the ratepayers, whether it's individual projects. So nothing comes from nowhere. So we have to really try and figure out what's the most efficient, what's the most fair as we move forward and ensure that we can all get to where we want to get. So I need all of your input on that and very much got it today. Thank you so much. Thanks to Mr. Davis, Ms. Harper for supporting us in executing these very quickly, I might add, just to try and get all of this information. So we will be publishing that report on BEDER barriers that was required from Senate Bill 291 by March 15th on our website. That is probably the next official thing you'll hear going on here. And then I'll really be kind of strategizing where we go with this proceeding, given all of this information that we have, continuing to work on this first task, but also really scoping what the next task looks like, given the immediate time frame for that report. That had been the main focus, but we'll begin to look also at those other tasks and what that looks like. Hope you all stay engaged. I've found your involvement to be really helpful. And just thank you all for helping try and make it work better. That's a very, very great thing for you to all have done, and appreciate your help a lot. So enjoy your day. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner.